When we get ready to get started, right around about 9 o'clock, you're able to go ahead and share that and post it up. What'll take place? I'll do some housekeeping items and then introduce Caroline to do an opening remark piece, and then right after that, you guys will be able to go into your session.
Okay, sounds good.
Alrighty.
So do you want me to do you want me to get the presentation pulled up as Caroline is talking or just as she wraps up?
You could actually do it while I'm talking,
Oh,
and then
okay.
that way it'll already be up there while Caroline's talking.
Okay. Got it.
To all of our attendees that we have on the line, we will get started in about 12 minutes. Sit back, relax, and we'll come back and kind of give you the countdown as to when we get started. So appreciate you being here. Hey, Diane, good morning.
Jason, I shot Kevin another invite last night, and then I just shot him one from inside the meeting this time. But I haven't heard anything just in case that you need to know.
I shot him an email a minute ago just to see if he was able to get in or how things were going.
Awesome. I'm keeping my eye out.
Morning, Megan.
Morning.
Good copy, loud and clear. For those that just joined us, we'll get started right at 9 o'clock. So we got about 5 minutes left. Sit back, relax. We'll get started here shortly. I'll give you a 2-minute warning in case you need to grab a last cup of coffee or something like that as well. MK, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. Good copy. Sounds good. Loud and clear. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, we're down to the 2-minute warning. Lindsay, if you want to share your presentation, feel free anytime that you want to go ahead and put the opening slide up. And we'll get ready to get started here in a couple minutes. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Jason Wimmer, and I'm the Director of State and Local Grants, State and Federal Grants, I'm sorry. Welcome to the 2022 Grant Writing Workshop. Today, our planning staff will provide you with the process and expectations for the grant applications. We are going to be recording our main sessions, and we'll post to the GCC website as quick as we can for everyone to be able to view. The breakout sessions will not be recorded, but we'll have the PowerPoints posted to the website. Keep in mind, everyone this morning and throughout the presentations will be on mute except for the presenters. We do encourage you to ask any questions that you may have through the chat. Please make sure to send the questions to everyone, not privately to one person or another. We will have staff monitoring the chat and answering these questions. They won't be able to see the questions though if you send it privately to somebody, so it could get missed if we were to do that. If there is a question we do not have an answer to though, after the workshop, we'll research and find the answer and we'll post a Q&A from the session to our GCC website as well. We're going to be putting an agenda in the chat for your reference. We'll also be taking, just so that you know, a 15-minute break at 11:30 a.m. And prior to that break, we'll explain how you will access your breakout sessions. Our final presentation of the day, we're excited to be able to announce, is going to be a guest speaker, Amy Salinas. She's going to be presenting about the use of logic models in our programs. And so without further ado, to get us started, I'd like to invite our executive director to share opening remarks, and then we'll have Lindsay and Keon to discuss the deadlines and expectations of our grant applications.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's caffeinated. Welcome to GCC's Grant Writing Workshop. I'm Caroline Farmer, as Jason said. I'm the Executive Director of GCC. Thank you, each and every one of you, for being here with us today. Our staff has been working really hard for weeks on this, trying to make sure that this event is as helpful as possible to you. Our goal is to ensure that you have a smooth experience when you're applying for grants. So you are our customers. Ask questions, continue to ask questions so that you understand exactly what's ahead of you. If you do not take anything else from this training, please make sure that your financial officer and authorizing official apply for their NCID in advance. I know that other people are going to mention this as well, but it does take time. It is not something that can be done at the end as the very last thing. So please make sure you have them apply and keep their passwords and so forth in advance. And as Jason mentioned, we're excited about having a presentation about logic models. This is a direction that we're seeing a lot of grants moving to. So we think it's wise for you to go ahead and learn about it and think about it and using that data for applying for grants in the future. Jason, I throw it back to you, or we can go straight to Keon and Lindsay. Thanks so much for being here.
All right, just want to introduce two of our planners, Keon Ash and Lindsay Bowen. They're going to be providing more information on our calendar review process and also some deadlines and expectations for you.
Good morning, everybody. I see a lot of familiar names in the chat, so it's good to see folks that we've been working with already here this morning. So we're going to go over the calendar and review process, just a general overview of what everything looks like from the day that the application opens to the day that the grant itself opens. Okay, so just a general overview initially. So the grant award calendar, of course, begins November 1st. All of our applications open at that period in GEMS. So from November 1st to January 31st, you'll have the opportunity to complete an application during that time period for the award cycle for all of our grant and funding sources. So February and March is our preliminary review. So our grant planners for each funding source review these applications to make sure that they're in the grant priority, to make sure that they have majority allowable costs, to make sure that we just kind of have that general overview and we can move forward with it being scored. So in April, the committees review and score the actual applications itself. So we have, of course, our criminal justice improvement, our juvenile justice, and our crime victim services grants and our committees, excuse me. And then in May, the committees vote on the grant reviews and the scores to be able to make sure and to align those funding decisions with the priorities and with the actual allocation that we've received from the federal government. And then in June, the commission votes on the committee's recommendations and on their votes just to ensure that everything is understood to be accurate and we can move forward with the federal guidelines and so forth. And then, of course, in June, the applicant notifications are made. So you are notified at that point if your projects have been funded, if they've been partially funded, or if they have not been funded this cycle. And then July to September, modifications are reviewed and projects are awarded overall. And then on October 1st, the projects opened, all of the projects opened for all of the grants except for our juvenile justice projects. Those open January 1st. And we know that there is some flexibility in those dates at times, depending on different factors, but those are our general guidelines and timeline for the grant awards. Okay, so diving a little bit deeper in each piece of it, in each time frame. So November 1st to January 31st is, of course, our GEMS application period. And this happens each year. And then for our 2023 priorities, so for our upcoming grant cycle, it will open November 1st of this year and end January 31st of 2023. That is when the priorities themselves are available in GEMS, the respective requests for applications or RFAs. So everybody can take the time to review each of those and ensure that they have, that their application is not only fundable, but it is in the correct grant source. So GCC staff are available at that time to answer any application related questions. So planners in particular, but of course your grant managers as well, if you are applying for a continuation project, or if you've worked with us before and you just have somebody that you can utilize as a good resource within our office. And the deadline for the application to be completed and submitted is 11:59 p.m. on January 31st. So you can be working on that application up until that point and have it, but it has to be submitted by that 11:59 p.m. deadline on the 31st. So as our Executive Director, Caroline Farmer, has already introduced, the determination of our authorizing official, financial officer, and project director for agencies and projects is incredibly important, as well as setting up the NCIDs for each person. Ideally, that has to happen, of course, during the application period so that you can have the most accurate people reflected, or the people that are going to be filling those roles reflected in the application. If that changes after the fact, then that can be changed after the fact, but during the application period, it has to be accurate. Then we also review required attachments. We introduced our organization documents locker last year, but each grant has specific attachments that are required to be completed and submitted along with your application. And then during that time period, you'll need to make sure that you've registered for a SAM and DUNS number, and then that those are, or excuse me, at least the SAM number is not expired during that time period. So February, March, once again, is our preliminary review period. So the application is looked at to see if it meets eligibility criteria, to see if the instructions in the RFA have been followed. The RFA is updated yearly, so please make sure that you're looking over that each year, and it is posted publicly each year. All of them for all of our funding sources are updated and posted each year on our website. So please make sure that you have the most up-to-date version of that when you're reviewing. So we look at the assessment of allowable activities and costs to make sure everything that's included, or the majority of the items that are included, we can even fund through state and federal requirements. And then submission under the correct priority. So it has to be able to fit under the specifics of that priority. And we'll get into, during our breakout sessions, a little bit more about what that means for each team. So the required attachments are also uploaded, numbered, and named as instructed in the RFA, just for organization, to make sure that we're able to review things completely and efficiently. We do have specifics in regards to how things are numbered and named in the RFA. And once again, that's the request for application. And then we're looking at the project period aligns with the funding sources. So for a source like VAWA, we're looking at that the dates match a 1 year funding, 1 year period of performance. And then for a grant like VOCA, we're looking at that it's matching a 2-year period of performance. Okay, so once again, during April, our committees review and score each project. So applications that pass the preliminary review phase are sent to the GCC committees for review and scoring. There, a full review of the project concept and budget are completed. So we're looking at who will benefit from the grant. We're looking at how many will benefit from the grant. We're looking at the cost of administering the grant itself, and then the geographical representation of who you're servicing through that grant, and then past performance of the applicant with grants and publicly funded projects. So we're looking at risk scores, and we're looking at different monitoring factors that we've worked with each recipient on. So typically per committee, there are 3 reviewers at a minimum per application. This depends and kind of fluctuates at times depending on the committee, but that is the typical amount of reviewers per each application. The average score of the reviewers determines the overall project score. And then the applications are ranked in score order within each priority. So in May, the committees themselves vote. So they review the applications, once again, the scores by priority. They assess the geographical and need-specific reach of the projects throughout the state, and then discuss the scored projects and make recommendations for project or priority-specific adjustments. So a lot of that is going to depend on, of course, the allocations that we receive from the federal government each year, which as we know, fluctuates or can fluctuate widely. So then the vote on project funding with recommendations agreed to by the committee is had at that time, and then it moves forward in the process. So in June, the full commission meets and votes, and then we also have our applicant notifications based on those decisions. So the commission itself reviews project funding and the recommendations provided by the committees. They determine if there's any additional project or priority specific adjustments are required. And then they vote on the project funding with recommendations agreed to by the commission in full. The applicants are advised of the outcome of the review process through automated notification emails. So once again, if you are funded with reductions, or if you are not funded at that time, you will receive the official notification of that decision. Then July to September, we are working on the modification conditions review and project award. So of course, that is why I am familiar with a lot of your names and not necessarily your faces, because we've been in the midst of that whole process currently to be able to review your projects. So the planners review assigned applications for compliance with federal and state funding guidelines, as well as application requirements. The modifications notice are sent to applicants to communicate the required adjustments in their application, and then the applicants make the required adjustments and resubmit their application through GEMS along with the completed forms. Planners review the applications for completion of required changes and review forms. So a lot of back and forth, a lot of making sure that everybody understands what the modifications are asking, so that we're able to get things all wrapped up and ready to move on in the process to get them open. So once the modifications are all completed, the award packets containing binding award documents, federal and state special conditions, and additional documentation requirements are sent to applicants. An award document signed by GCC's executive director, so Caroline Farmer, will require signatures of the authorizing official and the project director. The completed award packets are required to be returned to GCC within 30 days of receipt, and then they will be reviewed by GCC staff for compliance. So just to highlight, all of the awards will be sent via DocuSign. Therefore, your award will be delivered via email. So once again, a huge piece of why keeping your officials and their contact information up to date in GEMS is incredibly critical. And then I also will highlight that as far as the special conditions, when we talked about this during the grant award workshop, the special conditions will be posted publicly on our website this year for you to be able to review. So October 1st, ideally, the project's open. Organizations transition to working with their assigned grant administrator. So it's their GA, or formerly their grant manager. We use those terms interchangeably at times, but it is your grant administrator. So your grant administrator will work with your project director to actually open the project. They will approve required contracts and travel-related project spending prior to the expenditure of those funds. And then project funds cannot be expended prior to the start date for your period of performance on October 1st. Okie dokie. And I believe that is the full scope of things. Keon, if you wanted to add anything else, and then if anybody has any questions, I've been side-eyeing our chat, but I'm not sure if we've had anything come up that we need to also touch base on. Okie dokie. Either everybody is muted or they cannot hear me or there are no questions. So we'll go ahead and move forward on to the next. Okay, so we do have some questions. So Seema's asking if the grant award letters were all sent out for the grant starting October 1st. So I believe that at this time we are actually still in the modifications process. So we are still confirming and reviewing to make sure everything is accurate and is all the requirements that need to have been changed have been completed for the grant. So I don't believe at this time that many grant award letters have actually been sent out by this date, 10/12. I believe a few have been able to get out, but I don't believe that at large we have been able to get the grant award letters out at this time, but they are incoming. And then Kirsten Roberts asked in the chat, since we are past October 1st, is there anything we should be doing if we are expecting an award letter? So just make sure you're double checking with your grant planner that any of the modifications that are required on your project that's supposed to be opening this month are completed, and make sure that if they are completed, that there's no other additional documents that has been communicated to you that are requested or needed before we can move forward. If you have not received any communication to that effect, you can always touch base with your grant planner and double check on that. Otherwise, we will be moving forward with getting all of our grant award letters out as soon as possible. And then, let's see. I think we've got a couple additional questions in the chat if some folks can touch base on some of those things. But so Jerry Shore is asking if we are allowed to be spending as of October 1st, just cannot request reimbursement until contract is executed. I believe that is correct, but please someone stop me and or clarify if that is not the case.
Lindsay, you should actually wait until you receive your award letter, because at any time the federal government can stop funds, and GCC doesn't want to say go ahead and spend October 1st and then we don't have the funds to reimburse you. So you should wait until you receive the award letter. The award letter is like your contract. So like Lindsay stated, the modifications and condition process is still going on because we have a new document locker that we're trying to save you time for the next grant process. And right now, we have not received the federal funds to issue contracts or awards to some recipients. So just wait on the DocuSign. Make sure you look at the status. The status should say plan and review completed or modifications completed. So once that's done, we will start issuing out awards, and that's all we can tell you right now. That's for
Lindsay, this is Sandy. I just wanted to add VOCA and VAWA funds from the federal government have been received. So as soon as we are able to process your modifications, we will be able to start sending out those awards. But obviously we get more than VOCA and VAWA funds at GCC, but just want to update those folks receiving VOCA or VAWA.
Yeah, and there are quite a few more questions that we will make sure that we get to. I do just want to touch base on that there is there is opportunities for more training that we can definitely forward to folks who are, it's their first time applying. And also, by all means, we'll have plenty of slides during this workshop that provide contact information for each grant, for each funding source. So if there's any questions or things that you're unsure about, especially as first time applicants, like please reach out to any of us. Even if we don't necessarily have an answer for that particular funding source, we will absolutely be able to get you over to somebody who will. So any questions, and we can work one-on-one with agencies in regards to projects and first-time applications, just to make sure that we can get everybody very clear on the expectations and what needs to be completed. So that's very much a part of the planner's jobs. So we will assist however we can. And we'll get to the rest of some of the commentary and the questions as we move forward.
Introduction of the calendar and of the basic expectations that we're going to have moving forward. We're going to dive a little bit deeper into that and into how the process works and how you can actually go about using your funds. I want to invite another couple of our planners, Sandy Dixon and Navin Puri, to share a little bit more about DOJ grant overview.
Good morning, everyone. My first question is, can everybody see the screen? I am still seeing the welcome screen.
We are still seeing the welcome screen as well.
Okay. Now do you see?
We got you now. Yes.
All right. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I will turn this over to Navin to get us started.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me, and if not, Jason, yell at me really quickly so I'll know. Good morning. We're going to talk about, Sandy and I are going to talk about a couple of items for your pre-award requirements, and this is basically along the application process. Sandy is the lead crime victim services planner in our building, and I'm one of the criminal justice planners here at GCC. So we can go to the next slide if that's good with you guys. So we're going to basically give you a brief outline of what we're looking at this morning. We're going to talk about the planning section a little bit, talk about some of the pre-award requirements, a little bit about project budget, a little bit about allowable cost, and then devote some time to match, which is an issue that may not affect every single one of you all on this webinar, but it affects a large number of folks because again, the match is based on the type of funding that you're receiving. So we can get to the next slide. This is sort of a breakdown of how the GCC planning teams are set up at the moment. As you can see here, they're divided in 3 groups. Basically, they're aligned with the major funding streams that we receive here at GCC. Those funding streams then basically align with the committee structure that we have under the Crime Commission. So we have basically a Crime Victim Services Committee, we have a Juvenile Justice Committee, and we have a Criminal Justice Improvement Committee. Essentially taking the major funding streams that we have and aligning them with that. So that's sort of what the committee studies, looks at, and reviews as a committee. We have program assistants that are also the support staff to the planning section, and they work alongside our planning teams. Their support is invaluable, and without it, the GCC would not be able to function. And it's imperative that I take a minute to thank them very much for all the work they do and everything they do to help us out, because without their support, we would really be just up the creek. So we want to make sure that they are recognized at this presentation. Next slide. We're now going to play a module. That's part of our training module that you can access online. This is basically the pre-award requirement module. It takes about 15 minutes. We're asking that you please watch this module, and then we'll continue on with our presentation. Thank you.
TN360 is the AI-powered telematics platform that delivers.
Welcome to the Governor's Crime Commission Pre-Awards Requirements Training. Module 1. Pre-award requirements. At the completion of this module, you'll have the knowledge of how to use the Grant Enterprise Management System to submit a GCC application. You'll learn how to set up the credentials that are needed to gain access to and manage your application. There are 2 lessons included in this module. Lesson 1 will explain all the required credentials and show you how to obtain them. Lesson 2 will explain how to gain access to GEMS for efficient application entry and monitoring of grant performance. Additionally, you'll be able to create a profile for your organization and add roles for each user in the system. Lesson 1. Obtaining required credentials. In Lesson 1, you'll receive instructions on how to register for the North Carolina ID account or NCID, obtain a Dun and Bradstreet number, also known as a DUNS number, and register with the System for Award Management, also known as SAM registration. Let's begin with an overview of NCID. The NCID service is a standard identity management and access service provided to state, local business, and citizen users by the North Carolina Department of Information Technology. NCID enables its customers to achieve an elevated degree of security and access control to real-time resources such as customer-based applications and information retrieval. All applicant agencies, authorizing official, and financial officer will be required to approve applications for submission through GEMS. They must have an active NCID to log into GEMS. NCID accounts may be obtained via the web address. Please write down the NCID website and FAQ's address for future use. Registering for an NCID account. Enter the NCID web address, select NCID login. Once you are on the NCID login page, select Register in the bottom right corner. Next, make the appropriate selection to indicate your user type. If you are a nonprofit agency, click on Individual. If you are unsure of your agency type, select Contact Us at the bottom right of the screen. Once you select the user type, the new user registration screen will appear. At a minimum, complete the required fields indicated by an asterisk, such as desired username, first name, last name, and email address. Enter in a password and confirm. Once you select Continue, you will be prompted to complete the registration. Note: do not share your NCID user IDs and passwords. Each person working in GEMS system should have their own individual user ID and password. Now let's look at an overview of the DUNS number. For government contracts and credit, the DUNS number was adopted as a standard business identifier for U.S. federal electronic commerce and is widely used by the United Nations and European Commission too. The data is used to track how federal money is distributed, and since 1998 has been the official government contract identification code for all suppliers and activities. Applicants must have a DUNS number, which may be obtained at the following website. Please write down the DUNS website address for future use. Now that you've registered for an NCID and created a username, you'll need to register for a DUNS number. The DUNS number is a unique 9-digit identification number for each physical location of your business. Before registering, check to make sure that your organization does not already have a DUNS number. If not, the DUNS number assignment is free for all businesses required to register with the U.S. federal government for contracts and grants. If your organization does not yet have a DUNS number, or no one knows it, visit the provided website or call 866-705-5711 to register or search for a DUNS number. Again, registering for a DUNS number is free of charge, so if you encounter any organizations or websites soliciting a fee or charge to acquire a DUNS number, it is likely a scam or fraudulent. It may take up to 48 hours to receive your DUNS number. The web address is the same as the previous slide. Please write down the phone number for future use. The last required credential in Lesson 1 is SAM registration. SAM, System for Award Management registration, is required for all applicants and has taken the place of registration in CCR, Central Contract Registration. If the applicant has an active record in CCR, that applicant has an active record in SAM. Applicants not previously registered in CCR should register in SAM prior to applying for a grant through the Governor's Crime Commission. Let's look at the registration criteria. Getting started. You must have an active registration in SAM to do business with the federal government. You'll need to have the following information ready to begin your registration: organization information, DUNS number, tax identification information, and banking information. Please write down the following link to register with SAM. Be sure that your SAM registration remains current. For a more detailed training in SAM registration, please refer to the GCC SAM registration module on YouTube or in the LMS system. Final note for Lesson 1. Before beginning the actual application process, you should visit the Governor's Crime Commission website to explore information that will help you get started. You will find various links available that provide helpful tools to increase your understanding of eligibility and requirements. It is recommended to begin with the Grant Process link located at the lower left side of your screen. Let's take a look at Lesson 2. Lesson 2. Accessing the GCC Grant Enterprise Management System, also known as GEMS. GEMS is GCC's online grant application submission and grant project management system for all GCC grants. In this lesson, you will receive instructions on how to log into GEMS, set up user and organization profiles, and lastly, manage the roles of the users attached to your organization. Let's begin with GEMS access. The Grant Enterprise Management System can be accessed directly from the GCC website. In the GEMS system, applicants can complete and submit applications and monitor their grant performance. The GEMS link will take you to the GEMS homepage, where you will use the NCID and password you created in Lesson 1. If you have not registered for an NCID at this point, you will need to click Need an NCID or return to Lesson 1 for instructions. If you have an NCID and you're unable to log in, please contact ITS Service Desk for assistance. Now that we've accessed GEMS, let's look at how to set up profiles. Once you've logged into GEMS, you may begin creating your user profile. Select the My Profile tab at the upper left corner of the screen. Next, select the organization from the drop-down menu. Please note that the organization is the legal organization, not a subunit of the organization, and GCC must approve all new organizations and organization administrators. Complete the remainder of the fields and select Save My Profile. If your organization has never been added, select the green Add Organization button to add a new organization. To add your organization, you will need to complete all fields with an asterisk. Reminder, enter the legal organization, not a subunit of the organization. You must have a DUNS number to complete an organization profile. Also, you must attach proof of the SAM expiration date. Remember to click Save Organization. You will not be able to save your organization if any of the required fields are left blank. Once your organization has been saved and approved, you may go back to My Profile and save My Profile as previously shown. Now that we have set up our profiles, let's look at managing organizational roles. Assigning organization roles is another important part of the process. Once you've updated your profile and your organization's profile, you're ready to request roles for your organization. Let's take a look at each of these roles. The authorizing official is the signatory to grant awards. It's the person with the highest level of fiduciary responsibility in the organization. The required agency contacts include, for nonprofits, the board chair, which must not be an employee of the agency. State government would be the division secretary, local government, county manager, and law enforcement agents is the county or city manager. The financial officer provides financial oversight to the project. They're an agency financial policies and procedures expert, as well as a federal financial policies and procedures expert. The required agency contacts for nonprofits is a board treasurer. State government would be a CFO or division finance officer. Local government could be a finance director, and law enforcement agencies would be an agency finance director. The project director is the signatory to grant award and is responsible for the execution of the project. They are the primary point of contact with GCC. Required agency contacts for nonprofits is the executive director or appointed project staff responsible for overseeing the work of the project. And state government, local government, and law enforcement agencies would be a designee responsible for overseeing the work of the project. The organization administrator submits all SAM updates to GEMS, approves all requests for organization roles, approves and denies requests for project access and roles, and deactivates access and roles if needed. The required agency contact would be other agency personnel, such as an internal grant manager or supervisor of project activities. The project editor is an optional role. They have access to project details and can create and submit reimbursements. The required agency contact is the organization administrator or admin. Note on a project editor role. Editors have limited roles. They can enter information such as applications, reports, upload documents, but often are unable to submit items to GCC. The submit function is reserved for the project director. Select Request Project Access tab to be approved as a project editor. Once you've updated your profile and your organization's profile, you are ready to request roles for your organization. On the upper left side of the screen, select Request Organization Roles. Next, select the role that you are requesting. Provide a brief justification for your request in the text box provided. Once all information has been entered, select Submit Request. Approval and updating information. GCC administrator approval is needed for the following. For a new organization, once approved, you'll be able to select that organization from the drop-down list. Organization administrator. Once approved, the organization administrator must approve all requested roles. The GEM system will alert them of your request. Once approved, the organization administrator is responsible for approving all other user roles. Updating user and organizational information. Updates or changes to authorizing official or financial officer, the information should be made in the system by your organization prior to submitting your application. If information changes after your application has been submitted and approved, you'll need to contact your GCC planner or grants manager for assisting using the Contact Us link provided on the GCC website. In Lesson 1, you learned to use the GCC website to access important information about the grant process and the credentials required for all applicants interested in applying for a state and federal grant. Applicants without these credentials will be unable to apply. In Lesson 2, you learned to access the Grant Enterprise Management System where applications are completed and submitted, to set up your username and organizational profile, and lastly, how to manage roles for your organization. If you need assistance, contact information is available on the GCC website, as shown in the previous slide. Congratulations! You may proceed to the next module.
Thank you, everyone, for your attention during that. I do want to address an issue with the SAM. We are transitioning from the SAM registration to the UEI. I believe it's Unique Entity Identifier. And you will find much more detail about that within the request for applications, okay? So as we transition from moving you all from SAMs to UEI, please read those sections of the RFA thoroughly. Nevin?
Okay, great. So let me make sure we're on the right slide here. So the next section, we're just going to talk about some basic instructions and helpful tips that will help you complete your budget section of your application.
Within GEMS, you will see that our budget is categorized by several main categories, and we're going to cover each one of those main categories. You will have budget lines within, perhaps multiple budget lines within each budget category. So the first is personnel, and personnel costs have to be supported by a system of internal controls and provide reasonable assurance that the charges are accurate, allowable, and properly allocated. So you have to have a documented methodology for allocating the work performed. So for instance, where employees work on multiple activities or cost objectives, a distribution of their salaries or wages will be supported by personnel activity reports or some other form of documentation. And executive directors, for the most part, cannot be funded 100% by your project. Within you'll see on each of these slides, the pre-award is really talking about the application. And so there is a personnel and contractual section for you to provide narrative detail about what each position will do. Also later in the application is a jobs duties section, and you will provide detail about which job duties each position will perform for this project. Job descriptions are no longer a required attachment. However, at any point, either your grant planner or grant manager may request a copy. After your project is awarded, you will need to turn in activity reports and timesheets.
So some of the items that will go into your personnel section will include your salary and wages and fringe benefits. And please do keep in mind that the fringe benefits are allowable as long as they're reasonable, and the fringe benefits listed in the proposal, apply to the personnel and the application that will be involved in this project. So make sure who you put down on this list as you're creating your budget are the people that are going to be working on the project.
Okay, the next section is travel. This generally includes mileage, food, hotels, conference registration fees or training registration fees, and other expenses associated with staff attendance. And this may be meetings or conferences, volunteer training, etc. But it does need to be relevant to the program. These items must be in accordance with your travel policy, and you will see within our organization documents list within the RFA, request for applications, that you will need to upload your travel reimbursement policy. If you don't have a policy, you need to utilize the state policy, and this does now include the Federal General Services Administration rates. And again, within the application pre-award, you will have a narrative box where you can describe all the travel and why it is important to the project. And again, it has to be associated with the project. Again, a reminder, you'll upload the attachment of your travel reimbursement policy. And after the project is awarded, you will need to keep some sort of and submit some sort of travel log and documentation, receipts, etc. for your reimbursement.
All right. So with regards to travel, just to reemphasize a little bit of what Sandy was going through, if you're requesting this, then there is an if involved here because we're still in the post-COVID era, if you will, and so we know travel was really non-existent for a while. We realize it's opening back up. We realize agencies are starting to get out a little bit more. So, but make sure the key with this is just to make sure that the grant application is not designed to be your travel fund. That is not the purpose of these projects or grants. They're not to be solely just to allow agencies to do travel expenditures. So they obviously have to relate to your project and be relevant to that. So make sure it's for relevant, necessary aspects of the program, but also do calculate the items carefully. Make sure you can show the number of people traveling, where to, their purposes, an itemized breakdown of the budget on like lodging, per diems, mileage, airfare, whatnot. This is scrutinized a lot. This is scrutinized not just by staff, but also, by the committee as they go through a review process of these projects. If there's a need to reduce a grant for whatever reason, if the committee's, doing their review and they are debating, excuse me, between a couple of projects, this is going to be one of the first categories they may ask someone to reduce or, change or edit. So please keep that in mind, that it's usually the first category that is reduced.
Okay, our next section is equipment. The real key here is that this is anything with a useful life of more than a year and costs more than $5,000 per unit. So within your application, we have an equipment budget section where you can describe why the equipment is necessary for the project. And again, this is purchased equipment. If it's a lease, say of a copier or something like that, then you'll want to go ahead and put that within supplies. You will also need to, as part of your organization documents, upload your procurement or purchasing policies. After the grant is awarded, you will have to follow your bid process. You will need to submit receipts. You will also need to track your equipment, and you can do that through forms, logs, and inventories, and include the date of purchase and the funding source.
All right, and we're just showing this as an example on the slide that's in front of you right now. This is just an example of how it should be written. So again, you're basically stating what it is you're asking for and basically the per unit cost, and that's something to keep in mind, and then the total number of units. And again, this is fairly self-explanatory. Obviously, if someone is applying or filling out an application and has questions, they're free to call us, but that's basically what we're just demonstrating that in this slide.
Okay, and the next category is supplies. So this is anything that is expendable. It can be used up, essentially, or consumed during the project, and they have to, again, as all costs do, need to be necessary and reasonable to the provision of the services that your project addresses. Within the application, again, another box for narrative detail about the supplies. You will also need to upload a detailed supply list. So this would include things like paper, pencil, paper clips, etc. And then this is here where you will put the any lease agreements, any equipment that you do not purchase. The procurement and purchasing policy will also cover these items. And after the grant is awarded, you will need to submit your receipts and lease agreements.
And again, all we're doing on these slides, is just showing you an example of how it could be broken down. Make sure you have the detail in there of, again, what the items are and the quantity unit cost. And again, do take time on this to break it down correctly, because obviously this is not just important for you as far as projecting what your budget's going to be. It's also important when you are looking at the reimbursement side of the house, when you're actually getting reimbursed by the grants manager. So keep that in mind, that you do need to make sure you detail the quantity and unit cost that's being requested in these budgets.
Okay, we want to make a special emphasis here on conference planning. It is really important that you exercise discretion and judgment and ensure that the costs are appropriate, necessary, and managed in a manner that minimizes the cost to the federal award. You must also get prior approval before you hold your conference. So that has to be submitted to your grant administrator in writing, and they will provide you in writing back the approval. Please know that conference food and beverages are generally not allowable. So if you have any questions about that, please check with your grant administrator. In the application, you would put your conference planning and costs within the narrative for the travel budget, and your travel reimbursement policy will also apply to these costs. After your grant is awarded, you will have the same travel log and need for the documentation of the travel and all the conference expenses.
And also, please keep in mind that when you are budgeting for a conference, there are actually federal limits on what you can ask for that are set for certain criteria, such as meeting rooms, planning assistance and things of that sort. Obviously, like Sandy said, there's no food and beverage allowed in these. But keep in mind the federal rates, because they're basically like hard caps that they use. So if you're going to host a conference of 100 people, keep that in mind. This is how much you have per attendee for these categories. So just keep that in mind. Thanks.
Okay, now we're going to talk about match. And with this section, I do want to let everybody know VOCA, Victims of Crime Act funding, is our largest funding source at GCC. And last year, due to the VOCA fix, there is no match required during a national emergency and for 1 year following for any projects that start during that time period. And so VOCA will not have match. There will also be much more match detail because it is specific to each funding source. That will be in your breakout sections. We will just go into the match calculation, the acceptable forms of match, how do you apply for match within the project, and if you need to request a match waiver. So match funding is the portion of a project that is not supported by the federal funding source. These funds must come from a non-federal source. The match demonstrates a strong non-federal base of financial and partner support for a project and is subject to the same, emphasize that, the same regulations and restrictions as the federal funding. GCC grant funds the federal share of your total project costs. The federal share in most cases makes up 75 to 80% of the total project budget awarded. The remaining 20 to 25% is made up of the match share contributed by the applicant through cash or in-kind sources. Applicants are required to have the match portion of their budget covered prior to receiving the federal funds, and match contributions may only be applied to one federal funded project at a time. You cannot count the same dollars to this project and count it as matched to another project. So the match requirements, as I said earlier, are specific to the federal funding source to which you're applying. Different federal funding sources do have different match requirements, and some federal funding sources may not require match at all. Applicants should always read and review the appropriate request for applications for the specific federal funding sources match requirement. The requirements and any exceptions to match will be specified in the request for applications. Also within the RFA are instructions on how to request a match waiver if you are not able to meet the match requirement. GCC will consider practical and logical obstacles to providing match. So now let's determine how you calculate match. Here's an example to help you understand the match requirement. Let's say, for round numbers, that you are compiling a budget for your proposed project and your total project costs add up to a total of $1 million. And you know that you have a 20% match rate. That means that GCC will give you $800,000 and you will need to find non-federal sources of $200,000. When you add the $800,000 and $200,000, that is the $1 million total project cost. We do have a match calculator available for you. It's a helpful resource when determining or checking your total project budget, the federal share, and the match share for accuracy. Based on your percentage match requirement, choose the method of calculation. In example 1, you know the federal share, and you want to know the corresponding match amount you will have to provide. Or in example 2, you know the total project budget and want to know how much you will need to provide as the match share. Simply enter the dollar amounts in the orange field and press calculate, depending on which situation you are trying to calculate the match for. Now let's talk about acceptable forms of match. Excuse me. The most common form of match is cash match. This form of match could come from a grantee's own funds, cash donations from third parties, such as a fundraising event, foundation grants, or grants from other non-federal government agencies. Another form of match is in-kind match or non-cash donations to the project. The value of these contributions, these in-kind contributions, is what makes up the match, not any cash payment that your agency has to contribute. Some examples of in-kind match include the fair market value of property, equipment leases like copiers or telephones, professional services that are donated by local professionals, volunteers providing services for the project, and others. As you work to identify and secure your match, remember that each match item must be properly valued and documented. In-kind match does require a fair market assessment and may be a bit more complicated. For property, fair market value must be established by an independent appraiser. The value of services provided by consultants or other personnel must be consistent with what the grantee would pay their own staff for similar work or with the local market value of that work which is performed. Time contributed by volunteers must be valued for the actual work performed as well. As you work to identify and secure your match, remember that each match item must be properly valued and documented throughout the project application and in the application budget lines as well. When entering the budget into GEMS, applicants will be required to include budget lines for each of their cost categories and items. There will be space to describe if the applicant is using this item, this budget line item, as match, the quantity and cost of the item, and whether it is cash or in-kind match. As the amount is entered, the corresponding match required will auto-populate. If the budget line is not match related, use zeros in the cash and/or in-kind boxes. If the entire line is matched, then enter the whole amount in the cash or in-kind boxes so that it attributes that amount to match and not to the federal share. Also, applicants will be asked to provide the amount and source of matching funds and/or request a match waiver. All supporting documents and match waiver requests should be uploaded to the attachment section within the project. Please name this attachment as match waiver request - project number. So PROJ and then your project number. Applicants must submit a separate match waiver request for each project where they are unable to meet the match requirement. The subrecipient may request a waiver for a partial or full amount of the match if you're unable to meet the match requirement. In order to be considered for a waiver, the applicant must meet one of the following criteria and provide evidence that they are not able to meet it. A full or partial match waiver of the match does not, and I have to emphasize this, does not increase the federal share of the project. By completing the match waiver request, there will be several questions that you are asked about why you cannot provide the match. A reminder, please review the RFAs since not all federal funding requires match. And again, remember that a match waiver does not increase the federal share. You will not be funded 100% of the project's total budget. Even with a match waiver, you will only receive the federal share of the total project costs. Again, emphasize a match waiver does not increase the federal share. You will still only receive the federal share of the total project costs. We get this question a lot. So to summarize, we've shown you how match funding is the portion of a project not supported by the federal funding source. Match may or may not be required depending on the funding source to which you are applying, so please read the RFAs carefully. Additionally, match demonstrates a strong base of non-federal, financial, and partner support for a project. Match is always subject to the same regulations and restrictions as the federal funds that you receive from GCC. Depending on the federal funding sources, cash and/or in-kind contributions may be allowed as a form of match. And finally, if you cannot provide the match, you must request a match waiver at the time of application. That is the end of our presentation. And how are we doing on time? We're doing well, so I will stop sharing and see if we can answer any questions within the chat. Looks like a lot of these have been answered by staff. A question, are we technically still in the national emergency or in the 1 year post period? We are still within the national emergencies and the 1 year post period. It has not ended. And so again, it will continue beyond a year after the president declares the emergency over. And that will be for the life of the project. So it's when you apply. If there's the national emergency or that 1 year time period after the national emergency ends is when you apply. The project from that time, that entire project time period will be match free. I hope that makes sense. For VAWA stop funding, there is no national emergency match waiver. So the typical VAWA match requirements are still in place. All right, there's some very specific questions about gas cards. Those need to be addressed with your individual planners. Please contact the planning staff to discuss why you need the gas cards and how you will be able to document that. Navin, are you seeing anything else? I might see a question.
I am not at the moment.
Sean Callahan brought up our agency provides 8 weeks of paid parental leave. Would we be allowed to extend that benefit to grant personnel? Yes, any leave benefit that a non-federally funded employee of your agency receives, the federally funded employee must receive the same benefits. There cannot be a difference between non-federally funded staff and federally funded staff. They have to receive the same benefits. Bria has put into the chat the link to the match calculator, if you all would like to copy that out of the chat. And a question about, can you apply to both VOCA and VAWA? Yes, you can. And you can also submit applications to more than one committee. So you can submit a grant application to the Juvenile Justice Committee, the Victim Services Committee, and the Criminal Justice Improvement Committee. Okay, we are ahead of schedule, Jason. So I don't see any more questions in the chat. Would you like to take a break, or would you like to move
You
on
know
to
you've
the
done a
next
good
section?
you know you've done a good job when you're able to finish early. So appreciate you guys with the presentation here. Yes, I think we'll take a break. We will come back here at 10:25, and at 10:25 we'll get into our statistical analysis center's reports, and we'll tell you more about that when we come back. So at 10:25 we'll see you back to start the rest of the workshop. Thank you so much. Enjoy your break.
Hey Jason, it's Josh. Are you sharing something specific? All I'm getting right now is a gray screen.
Trying to. I guess it didn't work. You know,
You want to try unsharing and resharing, see if it pops up?
let me see if that works. All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. As I mentioned before the break, our Statistical Analysis Center does have a couple of presentations that they're going to be doing with you guys. One of the things that I just wanted to share is that this is the first time that I know of that we've had the Statistical Analysis Center to present to the group for the grant writing workshop. So you guys are in for a treat. And they'll be able to give you some resources as well as to where you may be able to go to find information as you're writing your grant, especially if you're looking for particular information on victimization. With that, I will turn it over to our Statistical Analysis Center and specifically Megan Townsend and Christina Scarano.
Hi there. Let me go ahead and share my screen. All right. Can everybody see my screen?
We can.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Megan Townsend, and I work with the Criminal Justice Analysis Center. And what I'm going to do today is talk about our Justice Data Portal. I'll do a brief demo of it and go over a couple of examples of ways that the data from the portal could potentially be used to support a grant application. So I'll briefly tell you a bit about the Criminal Justice Analysis Center, or CJAC. We serve as North Carolina's Statistical Analysis Center, and we are part of the Justice Research and Statistics Association. We were reestablished as part of the Governor's Crime Commission in 2018, and we are currently 3 members strong. And this is our mission. Basically, we want to use data to inform policy and programs in North Carolina. And the Justice Data Portal was really developed in support of that mission. And here you can see the timeline for the development of the portal and the reports that we have been building into the portal. So you can see that it's still relatively new. We've been adding content every quarter. We just recently released a traffic summary using traffic stop data and a victim offender relationship report. And we'll be looking at that later on in the presentation. So here you go. Here's the site, justicedataportal.nc.gov. I'll be directing there in a bit and kind of giving you a demo of what the homepage looks like and how to get into the reports and how to use the reports. But we want to make sure you have this link. This will be in the slides as well. So my goal in this presentation is to demonstrate how we can use data in the portal to support the grant application. So what we have done is we came up with a couple of kind of mock scenarios, one being a grant application in support of Hispanic or Latino victims in Duplin and Sampson counties, and the other being support for juvenile victims in Cleveland County. So what I'm going to do now is stop sharing and switch my screen to the Justice Data Portal so I can show you what this is all about. Okay, so what you should be seeing now is what we call our homepage. This is the site that you will see when you go to justicedataportal.nc.gov. And what we have here are 2 main sections. There's quick facts and current and upcoming data collections. And quick facts is basically 6 quick facts coming from our reports. And if you click on Learn More, that'll take you directly to the report that fact is from. Now, if you want to see the list of our reports, you would scroll down to current and upcoming data collections, and there are two tabs here. There's crime and traffic. So this is where our new traffic stops report is. And then you'll see each of our reports here. This is our new victim offender relationship report. And let me go into one of these reports by clicking on the title. So I'll go to County Crime Profile as an example. Okay, so each of our crime reports follow the same base for basically for ease of use. So at the top of the report, you'll see a filter for year and county. Over here on the left side of the report, we'll have a brief summary of the data that we've used for this report, a couple of tips about how to use the report. And down in this lower left-hand area, we'll have links to related reports. Here's a link to get us back to the home page. And we also have a data refresh date. So whenever we do a data refresh, which is quarterly, you'll see this date update. So you'll know that the data you're looking at is current as of this date in the lower left-hand corner. So in this report, an interesting thing that we can see is the percentage of population covered. So what this basically represents is we're looking right now at Alamance County. We have 100% coverage for Alamance County, which basically means the percent of the population in that county that are covered by a law enforcement agency that reports to NIBRS. So we are presenting data from NIBRS. Not all agencies report to NIBRS, but we do have a pretty good rate. We have 93% statewide. Again, Alamance County is 100%. But that's definitely something you want to keep in mind as you're looking at data, particularly at the county level. If we go to Lenoir County as an example, you can see that coverage for Lenoir County is less. So when you're looking at data for Lenoir County, you just want to take that into account. It's not representative of all reported crime in that county. So let's go back to the homepage. And let's start talking about our first example. If we want to research information on Hispanic or Latino victims in Duplin and Sampson counties, a good place to start would be Victim Demographics Report. So this provides us demographic information about victims who reported a crime to law enforcement, and then of course, law enforcement reported to NIBRS. So we recognize that this is an undercount, but we do the best we can with the data that we have. So one thing I want to look at here is when I go into this report, I can see demographic information about victims. Right now, I'm looking at victims statewide for the year 2020. And what I can see is about 7%, if I look in this pie chart here, of reported victims were Hispanic or Latino statewide. Now, if I want to look at Duplin County, I just go to the county filter, scroll down, and I can see that the victim ethnicity pie chart shifted a bit because now I'm just looking at reported victims in Duplin County. And the percentage of Hispanic or Latino victims is larger than statewide, 11.3%. So let me also look at Sampson County. And again, 12.5% of reported victims were Hispanic or Latino. So that's a piece of data that we could use basically in conjunction with other sources of data, for example, data from the state demographer's office, which tells us that there's a larger concentration of Hispanic or Latino individuals living in this area than overall throughout the state. So that may indicate to us that this could be an underserved population. And we could certainly use that on a grant application to identify areas of need for that population. So our second example, we were going to look at juvenile victims in Cleveland County. So I'm going to go back to statewide so we can see basically our baseline demographics. So victims statewide, this is what they look like demographically. So we can see that statewide, about 6% of our reported victims were under the age of 18. Let me look at Cleveland County. And let's look at person offenses. Okay, so what we've identified is a larger proportion of juvenile victims of person offenses in Cleveland County. So this really indicates that this may be an area of need in that area. So if I want to investigate this further, I can go back to my Justice Data Portal home. And now I want to look at the victim-offender relationship. So here, this loads of statewide. I want to look at Cleveland County in particular. And I want to scroll down to this bar graph. So what this is showing us is the closest relationship between victims and offenders when that relationship is known. So what we see here is this light gray bar is representing our juvenile victims. And this relationship here within family is the relationship between the victim and the offender. So this indicates that for these person offenses in Cleveland County, this higher ratio of juvenile victims, we may be looking at cases of child abuse, and we certainly could use this data in a grant application to support services that serve juvenile victims. So I hope you will check out our Justice Data Portal. I hope these examples have been helpful for you. Please feel free to continue to ask questions in the chat or reach out to us with any questions. I encourage you to continue coming to the portal because we do plan to continue to add new reports and add additional content to existing reports. And thank you for your time.
So next up, we've got Tanya, who's going to share an update on NC's community needs assessment.
Thank you. Let me just share. Can I get a thumbs up that you can see and hear this?
We see it. We can hear it too.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. I'm Tanya Van Danes. I'm a faculty member at the UNC Chapel Hill School of Social Work and presenting here on a statewide victims of crime needs assessment. So we'll start with a little bit of background first. Hold on a second. Okay. So way back in late 2020, the GCC was looking for a research team to conduct this statewide needs assessment for people who experience crime in North Carolina and identified a few questions they wanted to understand. So what services are currently available and accessed by victims of crime? How do community members know about services and find out about services? What victim services are needed but not available? And what are the barriers to victims accessing services? And then training or tools that organizations need to provide adequate services to folks who've experienced crimes. And then what capacity building efforts within crime service organizations are needed. And in that call, they also specified specific underserved groups that they were interested in knowing more about. So essentially, this was a call to understand what the gaps in services are in North Carolina and challenges related to capacity building. So our team, trying to advance the slide. Apologies. Well, this is great. I'll confess that I very rarely use WebEx, and so is there a trick other than the arrow buttons for this? Oh, there we go. Okay. So our proposal had some essential core elements. We wanted to make sure that we had an interdisciplinary team addressing these questions and that we used a community engaged approach and mixed methods design, which is just a fancy way of saying not just relying on numbers only, but trying to get a sense of what the narrative or qualitative information is around this needs assessment. And that we wanted to be able to kind of look at the priority populations that the GCC had identified and potentially expand on those. The proposed timeline for the study was about 18 months, and that we had plans to begin in January of 2021. And you'll note that by now the study should be over. So we're on a little bit of an extension for the study because of a number of factors, including COVID-19, and the fact that this is community engaged, so it does take a little longer. But more on that in a little bit. So I want to kind of walk through some of these elements. So the first piece is our community engaged interdisciplinary team. And so these are the folks largely from UNC Chapel Hill. My colleague and I, Andrea Murray Lichman, both from the School of Social Work. We also engaged Dana Rice from the Gillings School of Global Public Health, Ara Maga from the School of Medicine, the program on integrative medicine, and then Gary Cuddyback, who works with the Department of Psychiatry and is also at Virginia Commonwealth University. So this is the kind of the co-investigator team, and we've had the privilege of working with many, many students over the course of the 18 months or so, and this is our current team. Largely 3 of the 4 from the School of Social Work and then also School of Public Health. Emily Chavez from the School of Social Work, who's an MSW candidate, Melissa Jenkins, a PhD candidate, Allie Waters, an MSW candidate, and then Michaela Welch, who's from Gillings, who is a Masters of Public Health candidate. So that's our interdisciplinary team. And then I'd mentioned that we proposed a community engaged approach. And so sort of this is kind of described and defined as research that's connected and grounded and relevant to the community. And the reason we wanted to go with this approach is to kind of get away from that traditional academic research methods approach and really look at, you know, differences in perspectives across priority populations, looking at differences in variation across geographical lines, urban and rural, and then making sure that the methods and the results really more adequately reflects what's happening in the community, including the values of the community. And the sort of core ingredient here is making sure that we're building relationships with community members that foster trust and transparency. And the way that we really did this is through a community advisory board, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. These are somewhat common within community practices, not always within academic research communities. So this community advisory board, which we call a CAB, is comprised of community and organizational leaders. We were focusing on those who are working with the members of the priority populations that were identified for the needs assessment. And what we do is we ask for guidance and get approval on all of our study members from our CAB. And then we are actively seeking and getting revisions on any of our data collection tools so that whatever tool we're using out there does not just reflect what academic researchers think is the right way to ask a question. So we're getting guidance from the CAB to really revise the questions and ask them in ways that make sense to community members. And then having CAB members also help us think through who else to engage, what other community members to expand our outreach efforts. And then lastly, and this is sort of where we're entering now as we have data collected, we are engaging the Community Advisory Board to help us interpret the results. So here's what we see as the research team. Are you seeing the same thing we are seeing? You know, what recommendations do you have for the GCC? How do we interpret this and think through the implications of the findings? So that's how we've been implementing our community engaged approach. And then that third element I mentioned, and we won't sit on this slide for too long, which was the mixed methods design. So the objectives here, I'll just go through those on the left side. We wanted to identify victim and community needs for services and supports, and I will make a note about the language around victim versus survivor. This is something that we worked with our Community Advisory Board on too, and so we will often interchange victim and survivor language. It largely depends on the type of crime we're talking about, because this assessment is about all types of crime, including arson and burglary and assault, as well as intimate partner violence and sexual violence. So just a note about the language around victim versus survivor. And then objective 2, identifying existing victim services in all 100 counties. And then 3, examining the capacity of victim service organizations. So that can look like adequacy of training, wait lists, for example. And then identifying the barriers and challenges to accessing services. So those are the core objectives. And then you can see, if you're sort of reading down the methods list here, there are a number of ways we sought this information. So surveying people who are victims or who experienced crime and then co-victims of crime. Of course, doing a literature review. Surveying victim service organizations, which I bet many of you had been involved with earlier this year. And then interviewing advocates and organizational leaders, and then also conducting a web-based resource inventory. So those are the 5 core data collection methods that we use to address these objectives. And here, I think the bottom line is that, again, we're not just relying on the numbers, right, the quantitative data that we'll get from surveys, but also really looking at the narrative and the qualitative information that's really going to give us more of a depth of understanding. And then priority population. So when the GCC reached out to look for a team and to do this needs assessment, they really wanted to know about how needs and accessibility really differed by specific populations. So my interpretation of this is that they're aware that not everyone is experiencing the system in the same way. And so part of what we see our role as to help uncover that, help put language to what that looks like. And so you can see and read here on the screen just a number, and I'll name a few. So folks who have limited English proficiency, we're looking at refugee populations, LGBTQ plus folks, people from religious minority groups, individuals who are unhoused or experiencing homelessness. And then I'll note here, co-victims of homicide. This was not originally noted, I think, on the original list, but this is something that we learned through a Community Advisory Board member. And so co-victim of homicide, in case there are folks who aren't familiar with the term, is a person whose loved one has been taken by homicide. And so what are the needs of those individuals who've survived that in terms of, you know, counseling or whatever it might be? And so we added this group to the list. And then, as I already mentioned, crimes of interest are all crimes. So they include the ones listed here, but are not necessarily limited to those. And I would also want to note here that we did not limit participation in this study based on a strict definition of crime, meaning that it did not have to be reported to law enforcement. It did not have to be reported to a service provider, and not necessarily referring to sort of the statute of crime type, for example. But we're also including intentional harms in this definition to have a more inclusive understanding of what victim services needs are. So where are we now? And I'll just run through this quickly because I think we're about at time. So the survey of victim service organizations, we've gathered all of those responses. It's a fairly large data set in terms of the amount of information that we gathered. So thank you all for completing those. And we are in the process of analyzing those data. The survey of victims and co-victims of crime, that is designed, it's programmed into our web-based system, but what we're working on now is translating that survey into Spanish, and then also making sure we've got good protocol to be able to deliver that, administer that survey one-to-one, hard copy, in person as needed for folks who wouldn't necessarily want to or can't participate online. And then interviews with service providers and advocates, that is complete. The literature review is complete. The web-based resource assessment is complete. And those are the three pieces that our community advisory board, they're starting to look through the results of that within the next month or so. And we're going to start turning that into kind of a preliminary report for the GCC. And I will just do a quick plug on the last slide that I'll put up here. If you are an organization who might want this survey to go to the folks that you work with, please do contact me, and I'll put my email address here. And that's all I have. I don't know if there were any questions in the chat, but I can go ahead and address those in the chat if that's helpful.
Tanya, currently I do not see any questions that were added to the chat.
Okay.
We appreciate you taking the time to present with us, and very much value the information that you guys are putting together for us.
Thanks so much.
With that being said, the next part that we're going to dive into, and we've kind of funneled down now, if you think of the way the funnel goes, we started real broad. And now we're going to kind of give an update as to how do you actually go into our GEM system and create one of these applications, and what do you need to do to make it work for you so that you can create one. We've got a couple different of our planners that we'll be sharing with you. Dawn Brown and Adonica McAllister will be leading the presentation. It'll be followed by our business analyst, Kevin Farrell. And then Kevin's going to give you an update as to what's going on currently with GEMS and what the expectations are in the future of the system. So we'll start with Dawn and Adonica whenever you're ready with the GEMS application submission presentation.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Dawn Brown. And
Adonica McAllister.
I'm sharing the wrong screen. I'm so sorry. Okay. So my name is Dawn Brown. So happy to be with you here today. And Adonica and I will be talking to you about the grant application and submitting your application. Adonica, I did hear you a bit. Did you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, I think we were trying to speak at the same time. I just want to say good morning. I'm Adonica McAllister. I'm the lead juvenile justice planner.
Okay, and I am the lead VAWA planner here at GCC, and I'm getting acquainted with my role. I've been in the role since February, and I'm also building my VAWA team here at GCC. So first, I would just like to let you know that the presentation that we're going to do today is available on the GCC website. I am trying to get back to the presentation here so that I can share the link with you in the chat, but I am not able to find the, I'm not able to get there, but I will do that. I'll share the link with you in the chat following this presentation. All right, so first things first, you can visit the Governor's Crime Commission website to request online training. You simply complete the online training form for access, and you will also see a list of training modules that can be viewed on YouTube in addition to this one. As you can see here on your screen, you'll scroll. This specific link to the training and access form will be down at the bottom of the website. So you can scroll down to the bottom and look for request online access. Once you get there, you'll see this training access form. You'll be able to click the drop down under contact type and select applicant. You can also select current subrecipient to access additional trainings for current subrecipients. But if you click the drop down and access applicant, you will see this training that I'm doing for you today and all the other trainings that we have available for you. All right. An RFA is a type of solicitation notice in which an organization announces grant funding is available. GCC awards state and federal grants annually to North Carolina law enforcement, governmental bodies, and related nonprofit agencies. Interested agencies should complete grant applications each year. GCC hosts several training seminars in various locations across the state to help with efficient grant writing. This would be one of those seminars. And of course, we're not across the state, we're virtual right now. But soon here, we'll be getting back together in person, and I'm certainly looking forward to that. Today, we will go over GCC's RFAs and how to access them. We will also do a brief review of the document to get a general overview of the application and requirements. And again, RFA stands for Request for Application. GCC administers federal block grants for criminal justice, juvenile justice, and victim service programs in North Carolina. The Commission administers about $100 million of grants each year and assures that money is dispersed according to federal and state governmental regulations during the life of the grants. The grants are awarded to government, education, and social service agencies for innovative programs in the following areas: Victims of Crime Act, also known as VOCA, Violence Against Women's Act, also known as VAWA or STOP, Law Enforcement and System Improvement, also known as Burn Justice Assistance Grant or JAG, and finally Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, also known as JJ. The Governor's Crime Commission will begin accepting applications under these programs beginning November 1st. Applicants may access the RFA by visiting the grant application portal via the GCC website. Applying agencies must be a unit of government or a nonprofit corporation and must have an active NCID that will be linked to the application. It is important to note that GCC operates on a reimbursement basis, so agencies must have sufficient operating funds in place to cover a minimum of 60 days. Additionally, assessments may be required for some agencies to determine if internal policies and procedures are adequate to manage federal or state grant funds. So as you see here on your screen, you see today, October 12th, we're in this grant workshop, and many of you were able to go to our website and access this link for registration. This will be the same way you will access the RFA. There will be I'm sorry, I have an alarm going off. I'm so sorry. One moment. I am so sorry about that, but this is just a moment to let us know we're all human. We make mistakes and we have to breathe. That's a very important part of my life, breathing. Whew. Okay, so I was saying that you access the grant workshop via this link on our website, and there will still be a ribbon where things will float by, and you can access other things, including the RFA. So please look at that. And you don't see it in this picture, but right underneath of the ribbon, there will be some dots. Sometimes there's only 2 dots, sometimes there's 3, but those dots are where you can click to make the ribbon move by faster, in efforts for you to get to the link that you're actually looking for. And I am sure that you're all going to be looking for that RFA. Many of you I do see in the participants list, and I see your chats. Thank you so much for the encouragement. I need it. I talk to a lot of you on the phone a lot of times regarding this very training that I'm doing right now for you. And so I'm very excited that you're here. I'm very excited that you're going to be looking at this very screen to click on the new RFAs coming out. And we're going to be by the phones and by the emails waiting to support you with your RFA. All right. Applying agencies should have a general understanding of the RFA and what will be required before beginning the application. Our website offers helpful resources and tools developed to assist applicants. This includes detailed information about all GCC RFAs, important dates and requirements, forms, quick access to GEMS directly from this website, and grant training guidelines and tools, including virtual workshops like today. So applicants should use these resources as a guide to guide them through completing and submitting applications. Additionally, the resources available are provided to increase the applicant's understanding of the application process and to promote the successful submission of funding applications to GCC. So there's also going to be a link in the training, like the one you see here, where you can click and access all the resources you need. I recommend having this resources screen up while you are completing your application. In addition, you can have the YouTube video of this specific training playing while you're completing the application. So you can press pause and you can move through your application with the guidance right there, but also send us emails and give us a call if that's needed as well. All right, so applicants are encouraged to read through the RFA document in its entirety if you're preparing to apply for consideration. Applicants must meet the eligibility requirements as stated in the RFA document. So I kind of took some pictures here and pulled them up. This is a reflection of the 2021-2022 RFA, but it's just here as an example for you. Page 1 provides information details about the RFA, including the name of the grant in which the applicant is seeking funding, the application period, the deadline, the period of performance, for which is the period of performance is the period during which the grantee is expected to complete the grant and the grant activities. Applicants will
Dawn?
find, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Donica, I'm just going to jump in for a minute too.
Sure, thank you.
I just wanted to, I just wanted to tell everyone, this is an example from our previous year's RFAs. The format may be a little different, but it will have all of the information that you need specific to each funding source. So it may not look exactly like this screen. Dawn's going over the important information that you should look for in each of the RFAs.
Absolutely. So again, on page 1, I've highlighted for you what you're going to find. You're going to find the name of the RFA. You're going to find the application period, even if it looks different. You'll still see the application period, application deadline, the period of performance. And here I have a frequently asked questions submission deadline. It may not be November 20th. It may actually be before that. I spoke to Jason about that this morning. And following this workshop, we're going to collect all the questions and we're going to post that information for you as soon as possible to assist you with your application. Applicants will find other important information on page 1, such as the CFDA number, and this number is used to identify the funding sources, as well as some basic eligibility information. I would like to note that each program has its own separate RFA with different information, requirements, and important dates. Therefore, applicants should have a general understanding of the specific program and the RFA that they would like to complete. All right, so let's look at page 2. On page 2, maybe not page 2, depending on the actual RFA that you're looking at, but somewhere in the beginning there, introductions to the program which the applicant is applying for will be provided. This is an example of the introduction. You will find contact information on this page of the program staff. These are the people that you'll address your questions to about the specific application that you're looking at, and when you're developing your proposal. It's very important that applicants utilize the website and resources that provide information, specific information related to the RFA and programs you're applying for. And again, all this information can be accessed via our website. Email addresses are very important. Sometimes we are able to answer your questions quicker via email, as opposed to voicemail. So email addresses you will find in the beginning portions of the RFA. Next, you'll find the table of contents. The table of contents usually begins around page 3 or 4. If the RFA, around page 3 or 4 of the RFA, and provides section titles with their commencing page numbers to easily navigate through the RFA document. Applicants should read and become familiar with all sections listed in the table of contents to ensure that the applicant has a general understanding of the program, including funding caps and growth limits. So on this screen, you see read, then reread the RFA. And I put that there because the planners, when we get your applications, the application tells us whether you read the application or not, or whether you read the RFA or not. And sometimes, you know, with submissions and requirements and modifications, the process can take an extended amount of time and there can be delays. And we know that we're already past October 1. And we know that you want to get the information you need and get your applications completed and your award letters as soon as possible. So part of that is reading the RFA so that you don't make mistakes, or so that you know what's expected. And this way it may decrease the number of modifications you actually have and decrease the amount of time that it actually takes for you to get your award. So please read through this, specifically attachments. Sometimes from year to year, for example, last year we had about 12 attachments that we required with the application. We required you to number those applications specifically. And this year, or this past year, the application was quite different. There weren't as many. So we have seen where folks use previous RFAs and send us 12 attachments. And the truth is you didn't have to do all that this year. So we don't want you to use more time than you need to get things in. So we want to encourage you to read, then reread the RFA to make sure you understand all the expectations. Applicants will need to prepare required documents to support their application and will find within the RFA a checklist providing details of those requirements and how they should be numbered when attached to your application. Sample forms and documents can be found on the GCC website in that resources section. GCC utilizes an online application process, and agencies are expected to provide their documents via the attachment section of the application. The documents listed in the RFA are required at the time of submission, and missing documents could impact your application's ability to continue through the review process. In addition, missing documentation will cause delays. All right, so utilize that resources section. I know my video, like my head, is in the way. But again, I will put this presentation in the chat for you, and you'll be able to click on these links and get to exactly what you need. So let's summarize what I've talked about so far. You learned how to use the GCC website to access the RFA and resources to assist you with completing your application. You learned that the Governor's Crime Commission's RFA provides detailed information of available grant funding, eligibility, and applicant requirements. And we want you to remember to mark your calendars and get an early start on the application process. You learn that GCC utilizes an online application process, and applicants will need to provide supporting documentation electronically. There are sample forms available on the website to assist applicants who may be developing some of these documents for the first time. And finally, applicants need to know what to do if questions arise and when reviewing the RFA and during the process of completing the application. You learned that utilizing frequently asked questions and other resources are easily accessible on GCC's website, and they're meant to provide increased understanding to applicants of the application process and to promote successful submission of funding applications to GCC. Applicants can find contact information for program staff in the initial pages of the RFA. Additionally, general contact information for the Governor's Crime Commission is available on the GCC website. So next, we will talk about setting up the project and the submission process. GEMS is the GCC online grant application submission and grant project management system for all GCC grants. Applicants will need to have access to GEMS in order to access and submit the application. So you will need to access GEMS directly from the GCC website, and I put this little green button here. That's exactly what the button looks like on the website. And today you'll receive instructions on how to access and set up your project application in GEMS, adding all required information, including attachments to support your application. Finally, we will go over reviewing and submitting your completed application using the RFA and other GCC resources as a guide along the way. All right, so the Governor's Crime Commission begins accepting applications in GEMS for specified grant funding beginning November 1st. Applications must be submitted no later than January 31st by 12 a.m. midnight. Applicants are required to have an NCID number that will be used to gain access to the Grant Enterprise Management System. And I should say that a little differently. You're required to have NCID credentials, so not just a number, but also a password to access GEMS. where the application will be submitted. And if assistance or technical support is needed, you will need to use the information provided on the login screen. So right on the login screen, you'll see at the bottom of the sign in, if you need an NCID, you can click on that need NCID question mark that's highlighted there. If you forget your password, you can click there to get a new password. There's all sorts of helpful links and registration tools, and then also contact information for the IT help desk. And you're
And
able
also,
to reach, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, and also, if you have previously applied or already have NCID credentials, we know that we only open the applications once a year, and sometimes people forget their credentials. Please do not create a new NCID if you've already gone through this process. As Don said, there are all sorts of helpful links on the NCID website, and it's a system outside of GEMS. If you've forgotten your password, you can unlock it yourself, or you can utilize the help of IT.
Okay. And IT is available 24 hours a day. And the contact information is available to you on the login screens. And I want to stress that because sometimes we get calls for NCID issues, and I don't want you to call, send an email, or leave a message and you're waiting for someone to get back to you from GCC about that. Please contact the help desk for your NCID info. Okay, so once you've successfully logged into GEMS, the user and organization profiles will need to be set up. Additionally, the applicant will need to request and be approved for an organization role and ensure that other required roles are requested then approved. And I've provided you a screen that you will see when you log into GEMS to request those roles. It looks exactly like this. All right, I do want to mention that we have an organization documents locker. You will also see that tab on your GEMS screen. And many documents are required of all grant projects, and they can be cumbersome for agencies who apply for multiple grants. So we don't want you to have to do this over and over again. And the organization documents are directly connected to the subrecipient. So no matter the number of projects, you only have to complete the organization document one time for the subrecipient. The organization documents section in GEMS allows for the uploading of certain documents at the subrecipient level. They can be used for multiple applications, and additional project-specific documentation will still need to be uploaded to the individual project. So if you go into the organization document locker, you will see exactly what documents are being requested. You will need to manage them because some documents may change on your end. They may expire, and you'll need to go here and make the updates. The organization documents appears in the My Profiles tab in GEMS. So to access this section, simply select Organization Documents. You'll find a list of required documents, as well as a template button that allows you to download the necessary documentation, and Upload button to upload the documentation that you want to add to your project. The documents will populate based on your business type. So the documents needed are not the same for governmental agencies and nonprofit agencies, but the documents you see here will be the ones that you need to provide. The expiration date of these documents are visible in this section so that you're aware of when your document needs to be updated and replaced. The status column indicates whether a document has been submitted, is missing expired, denied, or approved. Automated reminders will be sent to project contacts for expiration dates of organization level documents. So you'll receive a notice if this information has expired per the dates that we put in the system, but it will be up to you if something expires sooner on your end or if you've made updates. Please go here and provide us the most recent policy or form that we've requested. If any of the documents listed do not apply to your organization, you'll need to upload a statement on letterhead. You can contact your grant planner if you have questions about these documents or this section at all. All right, so next, from the My Projects tab, you will need to add your project by clicking the green Add Project button in the upper right-hand corner. This will open a new project and allow you to begin setup. Here you will enter some basic organization information, including a name and summary of your project. Please note that GEMS utilizes a naming convention. GCC utilizes a naming convention for this section. And you can find those naming conventions and that information within the RFA. The fields with the red asterisks indicate that information is required to be entered. You will not be able to save and move forward if required fields are not completed. You will also be asked to enter a start and end date for your project. This would be the period of performance, and that can be found within your RFA. All applicants will need to choose a committee, then a priority for their project. In GEMS, the blue information icon provides a description of the priorities offered. Finally, you will need to select all 3 of your officials that will be active on your project. In order to appear in the dropdown, officials must have an active NCID. They must request access to the project, and they must be approved by the organization administrator. And the official must request and be approved for roles selected. This is a great reason to get an early start on your application. When you are ready to move on, always press the blue Save button to ensure that your data has been added to your project. Next, you will need to add the implementing agency, if there is one. This information is the agency responsible for the overall management of the actions that will result in the delivery of services as agreed. Here you will select the organization or click the green button to add the implementing agency information. So let me repeat. Here you'll select your organization, or you will click the green button to add the implementing agency information and press save. All right. So from here, you will go on to complete the section for general information. You'll complete the abstract narrative, the goals and objectives. And when completing the project summary and the abstract narrative, you will need to present in detail the problem that the project will address. Applicants should provide consistent detail and evidence to support the request for funding. And the focus should remain on how the project will meet the needs of your area. Clients should provide 1 to 2 goals and 2 objectives for each goal to address how you will accomplish the purpose of your project. Narrative sections will be provided to allow you to provide detailed information. Be sure to click save before moving on to the next section. And I'll say in this section, we do review these narratives. If you have policies that relate to any of these narratives, if any of your attachments are related to the narratives, we do address to make sure that they're consistent. So anything that you're communicating here will need to be consistent with what you communicate in other sections of the application, in your attachments and your policies. The next section will be for indirect costs. And this section must be completed by the financial officer of the organization. It cannot be saved if the financial officer does not complete it. And you'll see a red banner here under indirect costs that warns you that your financial officer will need to complete this section. Indirect costs are costs that are not directly accountable to the project. They may be either fixed or variable and include administration, personnel, and security expenses. Choosing option 2 or 3 will require applicants to upload additional documentation needed to support these selections. And then again, press save when that section has been completed. Applicants are expected to provide detailed information regarding the project in each of these sections. Remember that the RFA and other resources are available via the GCC website to provide guidance in each of these areas. Supporting documentation will need to be uploaded to the attachment section of your project. The document should be named according to the attachment number and description provided in the RFA. If a document is not required or is not applicable to the applicant must still upload an attachment and include the attachment number and description. The attachment should not be blank, but should indicate not applicable, not required, or a brief statement providing an explanation to why this document is not present. Supporting documents must be submitted to the project no later than January 31st, and failure to upload required documents could result in your project not being considered for funding or delays with your project award. Applicants may refer to the project overview to ensure that all required sections have been addressed. This section will be read and will display items that are missing and not completed before the application can be submitted. When all areas of the application have been addressed and all attachments have been uploaded, the project overview will change to green, and each official will need to review the application. It is critical that all officials review the application or the project before January 31st to ensure that there is adequate time to make necessary adjustments to the project. And in case the user requires assistance from GCC for issues related to system access, NCID, or other technical issues that arise. All right, so once the application has been completed and reviewed, it is recommended that applicants review all sections of the RFA along with the completed application prior to the submission. So you take the RFA and you go through each section of your project to make sure that you have covered everything according to how that RFA instructed you. This will ensure that all necessary information has been included, and then you can press submit. Finally, applicants should review all sections of the RFA This is after you've submitted your application. You'll need to review the last sections of the RFA. Specifically, for example, on this screen, you see the bottom of the RFA I've highlighted, section 6 and 7, which may be different in the new RFA that you see on November 1st. These lower sections will provide information on the application review process and post-award requirements should your application be approved. So this will help you with understanding, okay, now that I've submitted my application, what's going to happen next? These questions, applicants are encouraged to share questions once you've reviewed the RFA and started your application. These questions will be added to the FAQs and will be made available as soon as possible. So remember to start your application early to allow adequate time for questions, guidance, and technical support. And then review the application in its entirety so you know, now that I've submitted my application, what am I waiting for? What's going to happen next? And many of you have already submitted your applications and have emailed me just to get an understanding of next steps. So once your application has been submitted, applicants should refer to the grant award calendar for next steps. And you did hear from Lindsay and Keon, who presented the application calendar. And just to give you a little more information after you submit your application, so the applications that pass the preliminary review phase are sent to GCC's committee for review and scoring. There are typically 3 reviewers per application, and the average score of the reviewers determine the project score. Applications are ranked in score order by priority. And then in May, the committees will discuss the scored projects. They'll make recommendations for the project or the priority specific adjustments and vote on the priorities. In June, they will do another review of the priorities to determine if additional adjustments are required. Then GCC can begin notifying applicants of the outcome of their application review. So beginning July and August, applicants will receive notification of acceptance, declination, or modification conditions to communicate required adjustments to their applications. Applicants should make required adjustments and submit the application through GEMS once notified. Once accepted, the process for opening the project can begin and grantees may begin submitting reimbursement requests. So here we are at October, second to the last on the list. October 1st, projects open, all except juvenile justice. But that's where I talked about the delays. So we're already at mid-October. Some projects have not opened, and that is due to modifications. There are modifications that have to take place. Then when you submit those modifications, as many of you have, your status says modifications complete. And, it takes us time to then review the rest of those modifications. So, and we are short-staffed on our teams. We're moving fast. We're doing the best we can. But we have to definitely do a thorough job in making sure that your modifications have been completed and that everything is good to go before we open this project, because we don't want you to have issues later on while you're trying to submit your reimbursement. So the project could open well after October 1st. So let's, make a strong decision to get these applications started early and make sure that we realize that not providing all information and not following the RFA will result in delays. And then we go to January 1st. when juvenile justice projects open. So we want you to visit our website for more information about the GCC calendar. You can also go back over the presentation that Lindsay and Keon did to discuss this calendar in detail. So to summarize, we went over how to access and set up a project in GEMS. We went over adding all required information and attachments to support your application. You gain knowledge of available GCC resources and how to use them as a guide when completing, reviewing, and submitting your completed application. And finally, you received grant award calendar information to keep you abreast of the next steps following your application submission. All right, I have about 15 slides left to go over the project budget. I have provided a link to the YouTube website where this training is available for you. Adonica, I want to take a second to ask if you have anything to add to anything I've said so far.
Nope, I don't have anything so far. I'm just addressing some of the questions in the chat.
Perfect. And we're doing okay on time?
Yes, you're good.
All right, so let's jump into the project budget. Earlier in the workshop, Sandy and Navin came on and provided you some information on the budget. Some of the things that I will say will be identical to some of the things they said. And so again, if you have questions, you'll throw them in the chat and you will look at this link when you're completing your application. All right. All project applications submitted to GCC require a budget. The budget provides details of how you plan to use your award funds. You will need to prepare a line item budget, as well as supporting documentation prior to submitting your application. You must show all proposed costs, and they must be allocable, allowable, and necessary. All project applications submitted to GCC require a budget. I already said that. So allowable, allocable, reasonable, and necessary. So let's talk about necessary. Is the cost necessary for the implementation and performance of the project? Some examples of necessary costs include payroll, utilities, insurance, equipment, and rent. Are the costs reasonable? Does the cost reflect the amount an average person would pay or expect to pay under the same circumstances? Are the costs in line with ethical business practices? And do they possess some degree of consistency? Are the costs allowable? An allowable cost is a cost that can be paid by your grant. Some examples of allowable costs include salaries and related expenses of staff, justified computer costs, travel expenses, etc. And finally, are the costs allocable? A cost is allocable to a project if goods or services can be directly charged or assigned to the awarded grant. Can this cost be distributed, prorated to all benefited funding sources? So costs should be prorated based on the percentage that an item is used by your project. For example, if 25% of a staff member's time is being used to support a project, then 25% of the cost of salary and any fringe benefits can be covered by the project. Fringe benefits refer to benefits that supplement an employee's salary. And I've provided some examples for you in this picture. Okay, if you're planning to include the cost of rental space that will be used to perform services for your project, you will need to show the cost for up to 24 months of rental in your budget. Also, be sure that your calculations are specifically for the percentage of space used for your project. So if we're talking about supporting documentation, you'll need to upload a lease to your project so that we understand what amount of your lease is going to be covered, if some, if all. That documentation is going to be necessary, or else that us reimbursing that expense will not be allowable because we don't have enough information. Also, specific planners, if you're only using a portion of the space on the lease, your planner may ask for a floor plan. So be prepared to be very specific to showing us where the services will take place and how much space would be used to support your project. You will need to log into your project and click on the first year budget. If match is required, you will be able to include those amounts here. So we have these fields to walk you through exactly what you'll need to do for each line item. Once you press save, you can add another budget line item, and you can click the drop down to indicate whether your expenses are personnel, equipment, supplies. You'll be able to provide the type and a description. Then you can go in and put your dollar amounts, employee names. If you don't have the name of employee at the time, you can put TBD, which stands for to be determined. You'll need to provide licensure information if that is applicable, whether the position is part-time or full-time, and provide us the amount of time that this specific employee spends on the project. You'll be able to explain the job duties briefly, but please understand that some of us planners may also look for job descriptions. That is something we will ask you for later if we need it based on what you've provided here. So be sure to follow that RFA so that you're able to understand exactly what information you'll need to provide for each of your budget lines. And then click Save to make sure that this information saves to your project. You'll begin adding line items to your budget by selecting the cost category dropdown, which I just went over. So you'll take note that fringe benefit items will be added in the personnel category. Indirect cost rate will be added by selecting indirect costs and adding requested information. Always remember to press save so that the information will not be lost. All right. So as you're entering your line items in your budget, they will gradually build up to a budget detail. And this budget detail worksheet will also capture the calculations. So everything will appear here that you're entering as budget line items. You'll be able to double check that this is accurate. You'll be able to show what you've input for match and for your federal share, the quantity and unit costs of everything. If for some reason something doesn't look the way you need it to, you can always go back and make your updates. But this budget detail is where you can kind of look at everything and make sure that you've indicated everything that you'll need in your federal share, and that everything adds up properly. After you've entered all of your budget information for the first year and year 2, if that's applicable, you are ready to complete the budget summary. So the budget summary provides a total cost for each budgeted category. GEMS uses each line item entered in the budget and creates the total amount of funding requested by the category. Applicants will need to complete the 2 sections requesting information regarding match and press save. Once the budget has been entered, the summary will look like this. And there's the budget summary in gray down at the bottom. You will learn more about match funds and match waivers in the training modules that we have specific to match. You've heard some things about match today from other presenters. We have resources on the website related to match. You can also call us or email us with questions about match. And we have a budget calculator that allows you to calculate your match in the event that match is required for your project. Please be advised that upon review, the Governor's Crime Commission reserves the right to reduce budgets and request budget adjustments at its discretion. GCC grants are subject to GCC's receipt of federal funds awarded by the U.S. Department of Justice for each federal fiscal year. The federal funding amounts awarded to GCC change year to year, or federal grants may not be awarded in some cases. Therefore, your application may require additional budget adjustments to the recommended federal share based on federal funds received. Federal or state requirements or other agency considerations should be noted. Please also be aware that funding from the federal government may be delayed for a variety of reasons, which may subsequently delay the awarding of your grant. So, to summarize our last summary, you learned that the project budget is a major component of your application and should justify all expenses and be consistent with the program narrative. Additionally, budgets should meet the requirements described in the RFA. Your budget must be clear and specific, and your budget is required to reflect up to 24 months of spending. You learned how to add budget line items to your application, as well as uploading supporting documentation, moving closer to completing and submitting your project application. So now, if we have a little additional time, we will address some questions in the chat, but you also have a moment to write down our email addresses regarding this presentation if you should have additional questions today. So Adonica, I'll give it to you
Donna and Adonica, I apologize for interrupting. We
problem.
won't have time to actually answer questions. However, what we can do is any question that was not answered, we will be forming a question and answer sheet that we will post to our website, and you'll be able to find the answer to that question in there. It will probably take us about a week to 2 weeks to be able to answer all the questions and then get them loaded to the website. But very shortly, you'll be able to find the answer to all the questions and a copy of the questions that were asked and the answers that have been provided within the chat as well. I did want to give just a small moment to Kevin to be able to tell us a little bit about what's going on with GEMS. And so if everybody will indulge me just a little bit, we'll push the breakout sessions back a little bit so that we can allow Kevin to have a couple minutes to be able to talk about what's going on in the GEMS world and sort of where to find some of this stuff that we've been talking about.
Thank you, Jason.
Thanks, Jason. Just checking that you have audio.
We hear you.
And do you have my slides?
I can. I don't have them up yet. 1 second.
So while Jason's pulling that up, I'll go ahead and start. My name's Kevin Farrell, and I'm the business analyst at GCC. And that means I work with our business systems as well as our business processes, or our processes that make everything work behind the scenes. So what Jason had asked me to do was to talk about the website a little bit and GEMS and the future of GEMS. So our website and this GEMS system are two of our major business systems that I work with here. And wanted to give you a tour of the website and then talk about GEMS a little bit and the future of GEMS. So Jason, you go to the next slide, please. Our website's found at www.ncdps.gov/GCC. You can also find it just by Googling Governor's Crime Commission. Will be the first thing that pops up. But I would encourage you all to go ahead and bookmark this page. And the reason is because it's updated frequently. As Dawn was talking about, I'm going to do a quick just run through of our website, and imagine me scrolling down the screen. This would be the top, and as we go through, I'll be scrolling down the screen. So Dawn mentioned this ribbon at the top, where now it says Grant Award Workshop. This screenshot was taken a couple weeks ago from our website, so it's now outdated. That was the top kind of story a couple of weeks ago. If you were to look at it today, this event, the Grant Writing Workshop, would be our top story. And then tomorrow, that'll be updated because the Grant Writing Workshop will be over. Dawn also mentioned that this ribbon, it's actually called a carousel, is kind of the technical name for it. But if you sit there and look at it long enough, it will scroll to the next story. Or there's a little button, there's a forward and backward button on each side of that image where you can advance through the articles. And this is where we keep the most pressing, the most urgent information for GCC. Right now, it's the Grant Award Workshop. Tomorrow, it will be probably a save the date for RFAs will be announced or will be opened on November 1st. And then on November 1st, when you log into the website, this is where you'll see a link to the RFA. It'll say, now accepting applications, click here to review your RFA. So this top section is very important, and it does update probably monthly. It updates pretty often. But I want to let you know you can advance and scroll through if there are multiple stories or multiple articles. And we try to keep it to just 2 or 3 because there's always 2 or 3 very important things going on with GCC. Jason, next slide. As you scroll down, the next thing you'll find is a blue banner that says read our latest, get our latest news from the Governor's Crime Commission. And then the red box says get the gist. GCC started a newsletter, a monthly newsletter this summer. So we're on the 4th issue as of October. And if you click on that red box, it will take you to a list of those issues. You can read the past ones, you can read the current issue, but you can also subscribe to it there. So once a month around the 15th, we send out an email saying, here's the latest newsletter. I'd encourage you all to go there, look at them. If it's something you're interested in, go ahead and subscribe. We do try to put information in there about applying for grants. We also put success stories from our ongoing projects. So very good information there that I would encourage you to look at. So we'll keep scrolling down the screen a little bit. The next section you'll see is the series of boxes. And throughout the presentation today, you may have seen some of these boxes on the slides. And this is where the main content of the website is stored within these sections. Starting at the top left-hand corner, about the commission. That's where you'll find just that information about the commission. Our commission roster is there. There's some information about the calendar for meetings. So these are the boxes that you'll spend a lot of time in. I'll point out a few of them that are important for today's topic, which is writing your grant. The second row, the very first one there, grant process, that's going to have a lot of the dates and requirements that we've talked about. The grant forms is the second one, and that is a lot of the forms that you need to fill out and attach. We probably call them attachments when we're speaking today, but a lot of the attachments you need to add to your application. Grant resources is the third box there on the second row, and that will be where, for instance, today's slides will be on that page. Once you click there, you'll see resources from the 2022 grant writing workshop. That's where we'll store the recording of this event today. All the slideshows, the questions and answers from the chat will all be stored in that page. And then the final one there is how you log into GEMS. GEMS is our system that Dawn just walked you through the application part of GEMS. If you receive an award, it's also the system that you will manage the project in, and it's how you communicate with your grant manager on reimbursements and changes to your budgets and different reporting issues. So now I want to click in. So if we go to the next slide, Jason, we're actually going to click on this grant form section. So many of those boxes have subsections. So once you click on the grant form section, you'll then have a list of forms. Post award is what's highlighted here. That's actually, forms you'll use once you're awarded. For the application, of course, you click on that first plus symbol there. It's kind of a accordion. Once you click on application, it'll expand, and all the forms that you need to complete and attach for your application will be there. So we try to group these forms in application, forms, award, post award, and other. Next slide, Jason. So we're back to the main page now, and we scroll down a little bit past those multicolored boxes. This is the very bottom of the website. Information there about GCC meeting resources, so the commission meetings, the committee meetings, the link to the Justice Data Portal, which you saw earlier this morning, some information around death and custody reporting and juvenile justice compliance monitoring. That's just another function of GCC that's not really grant related, but it's on our website. And then the very bottom of the website has this section that says online training. That's where you're going to find all the YouTube videos that were linked in today's presentation. We call them modules or LMS modules. Once you click on that online training section, there'll be a form to fill out. You'll put your name and email address. You'll select whether you're a current applicant or you're a current subrecipient. You can do either. I would encourage you to go ahead and look through all of them. But then once you, it would then display the YouTube videos that you look at. You'll select a checkbox beside each that you viewed and then hit submit. That will tell us that you've completed these trainings, and then you're going to get an email from us that will have a short knowledge check. It's like a quiz at the end of each of them, just to make sure you understood what you were looking at. So many people have mentioned the LMS modules, and there have been links to YouTube videos today. All that's included in this online training section at the bottom of the website. So next slide, Jason. So GEMS is the system that we talked about that Dawn just walked through, did a great job walking through the application side of GEMS. Many of you have applied for projects in the past. Some of you, this may be your first time, but I want to let both of you know that that GEMS is actually going away soon. So GEMS is built on an older technology that we can no longer really update. So we want to keep the latest and greatest technology. Also, the state of North Carolina is moving to a new financial system, and that system would not work with GEMS. That's part of this being outdated technology. So in short, this will be the last application period that GEMS will be used. So starting next year, there would be a new system for both the application as well as the management of a project. And just like GEMS, you'll do both sides in the same system. So we're currently working with a grants management system vendor, and I can't tell you who it is because we haven't signed the contract now. We're in the process of signing that contract. However, I'll tell you, if any of you have applied for Governor's Highway Safety Program, grants, then you have seen this system. The Council for Women has recently moved, Department of Administration has recently moved to this same system. So that may tell you kind of where we're heading without saying what the system's called. But fear not, the last button there is, we're going to keep everyone updated through the process as we transition to the new system. All of your old project information will transfer to the new system. And of course, we'll provide training in 2023. Next year, this meeting will probably look much different because we'll be talking about the new system. We hope to have videos and a manual and and good training for the new system, but just wanted to go ahead and give you guys a heads up, kind of 12 months in advance of what's coming. So Jason, that's all I had.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. So what we're going to do now is, well, two things. We'll take about a 2-minute break so that everybody can run, take care of any kind of emergency situations. But before we do that, I wanted Josh to be able to explain how we're going to do the breakout sessions and how you get to the breakout sessions that you want to go to. And so we've got 3 different breakout sessions that will be taking place. Crime Victim Services, which is our CVS team, Juvenile Justice team, which is our JJ team, and then our Criminal Justice Improvement, CJI team. So Josh, can you give us some more instruction on how to go about these breakouts?
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. I think I'm 2 minutes into that, so it's no longer morning. What I'm going to do in just a second is enable the breakout rooms. If you attended the webinar a couple weeks ago, it's going to be the same process. I've put a small bit of instructions on your screen. The option isn't there yet, but I wanted to kind of walk you through it just so you'll get to the place you need to get to. So in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, where you've had your chat open and communicating in there for the workshops, there's a little person icon with 3 lines off its left shoulder. If you can click on that, you'll open the participants and the attendee menu where you'll see all the names of everyone. And if you'll scroll to the top, once I turn these breakout rooms on, as you see in the instructions, there's going to be a link for show all breakout sessions. When you click on that, you'll have a menu pop up that'll give you all the 3 breakout rooms that we have and a join icon to the side of it. Just a quick note, as people start to join them, as you see the names in that little fuzzy picture right there, it will start doing that. And that little arrow to the left of section discussion will be changed to the name of the room, and you can click that arrow to minimize and just see the room names. There will also be an option at the top once I enable them for main room and breakout rooms. You can click on breakout rooms, and then you'll see just those 3 rooms listed and can join them from there too. I'll go over these instructions here in just a few moments, but what I'm going to do right now is turn on the breakout rooms so you guys can try to kind of look and find where those are. Again, the biggest piece is make sure you have your participants icon open so you can see the names of panelists and attendees, and that link will be at the top. I'm going to go ahead and enable them, and you guys can start joining them, and I'll go over the instructions again in just a moment. All right, I can see people making their way over there. I'm just going to go over the instructions once again since the rooms are active. If you look on the bottom right of your screen, you'll see the icon for participants and for the chat. make sure you click on the icon for your participants, which will give you the list of names of the panelists and the attendees. You may not be able to see all the attendees, but you should see yourself in a field for it. At the very top of that menu, you'll have a link that says Show All Breakout Sessions. If you click on that, a pop-up will come up that will show you all the rooms and probably all the people joining them. You'll be able to click Join to the right of the room you're trying to get into, and it'll put you into that separate from this main section here. If you need the easier way to display it in that pop-up, look to the triangle to the left of the room name. You can click it so it'll turn to its right and minimize the list of names. That way you'll just have the rooms and you can click join there. Another way you can do it is just below that hyperlink, you should have a main meeting and breakout sessions headings now on that participants menu. If you click breakout sessions, you should just see the 3 rooms there and the join icon to the right of those. If you'll click on breakout sessions, find your room, click join, it'll pop you right into the room to participate here in just a couple minutes. Hey, Jason, if you happen to still be there, can you give me the times that you guys are looking for start and end for these with the adjusted schedule?
So we were looking at the breakout sessions lasting roughly about, looks like about an hour.
Okay.
So if we can time this, I would say let's try 12:50, and then that way we'll hopefully be able to pull people back. And I know that's going to be a little bit earlier than the expectation was, but I want to try to stick as close as I can to letting Miss Salinas be able to discuss the logic models.
Okay. So you
And
want me to give them the 10-minute timer at 12:50, or you want them to end at 12:50?
want them to end about, I'd like for them to end at 12:50.
Gotcha. All right. I'll send like a 15 or 10-minute warning and then the 5-minute warning, and they'll see the countdown at 2 minutes.
It works.
Awesome. And for those that may just be coming back, just to go over it again real quick, I have a couple little pieces of instructions on your screen to get to the breakout rooms. I'm going to go in reverse order this time. The easier way to do it, if in the bottom right of your webinar window, you should have a participants icon and a chat icon. If you click on the participants icon, if it's not already open, you should see the names of the panelists and probably your name under attendees. Scroll to the top of that, and you should see a hyperlink for show all breakout sessions. And just below that, you should have main meeting and breakout sessions. If you click on breakout sessions, you'll see the 3 rooms, and you can click join to the group that you want to pop into there. They'll be starting momentarily. Another way you can do it is you'll have that link for show all breakout sessions at the very top. If you click on that, you get a pop-out window with the 3 rooms in it. They may already show people in them, so if you click the small arrow to the left of the name, it'll minimize those to just show the room and leave out all the folks that are inside. You should be able to click join and join the room that you want to participate in.
you're there. Just send an email to you.
I just shot her an email, Jason.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Miss Salinas. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing great. Thanks. I actually figured it out, but I saw you send an email. It wouldn't let me join from the link, so I went in separately to WebEx.
Oh, cool.
The password.
So Josh sent you an email too, if you already saw it. He's our IT support.
Okay.
And if you need any assistance with being able to share screens or anything like that, he'll be more than happy to help with that as well.
Great. Thanks so much. Hi, Caroline.
Yeah, I saw you. I heard your voice come on. So I was like, oh,
She's here.
it's wonderful. And I think did you ever sign the documents, the contracts?
I don't know.
Okay, I don't think I have signed versions for you. So I will,
Did you send them to me?
I believe I did, but I'll resend them right now. And then whenever you get a chance, if you'll sign them and send them back, that would be great.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see that in my email.
Okay. It may have gotten blocked.
Okay, so just to familiarize myself here, the chat is right here. Okay, because I'm going to want to put a link in the chat. And then, can I practice sharing my screen, Jason?
Please do.
All right. And you're seeing
We see
the
it.
screen. Do you, I don't really need it, but do you all, when I do presenter view, can you see my notes?
We would be able to.
Okay, I don't need to do that, so it's okay. All right, so let's keep that.
And hey, Miss Salinas, this is Josh with IT. Sorry I was late getting in here when you were talking to everybody.
Oh, no worries. Hi, Josh.
Hey, I've got a poll with the first question from your presentation there. I was curious,
Perfect.
do you want me to share that, or did you just want to post it up and see people responding to the chat?
Either way is fine. I had planned to be flexible with that, so if it's easy to just launch the poll and have them see it, that'd be great. Otherwise, I could just tell them to put the associated number in the chat box.
Sure. We'll try the poll out, and the reason I say try is because apparently WebEx has thrown us a fun little curveball in the last couple of days, and they've removed the native polling app from us on our DPS accounts. So I will be using their app Slido, which should hopefully be just fine. It should give us the results and good stuff. But just in case it doesn't play well, we can just pose it and just refer people to the chat if needed.
Sounds great.
And did you need more than the one question about the experience with logic models? Did I miss another one?
No, I'm going to have them respond to a couple of questions in the beginning, and then I'm going to hit that poll next. So,
okay, awesome. Sounds great.
Yeah, that's great. And how are they doing the breakout rooms now? Because y'all said they couldn't talk.
Yeah, they are all in the breakout rooms. So they're doing presentations right now that has to do with the funding source that they could receive grants from. So specific information to their funding sources. They can't communicate through the chat, so they will be communicating questions and answers and things like that to the presenters through the chat.
Gotcha.
Yeah, WebEx
They've got about 10 minutes left in their presentations.
Yeah, WebEx is actually working towards a thing where they'll be able to unmute once they go to breakout sessions from these, but they haven't implemented that feature yet, which would be great right about now.
That would be right. That's surprising that they haven't done that yet, knowing, the world we're in and the demands that people need virtually.
Oh yeah, well we've done these for a few years now, and the first time we did it, we didn't even have the breakout room, so we literally had to set a chat and have everyone go to a separate WebEx meeting entirely. And believe it or not, it actually went with quite a no hitch. It was actually it worked out pretty well. The next year, we were able to move them to one meeting that had breakouts and WebEx meetings, and then this year we finally got lucky. And we got breakout sessions added to the whole thing. So we're working our way up to it year by year.
And in the meantime, you just
make do.
We'll be meeting back in person once we get it to the way we want it.
That is so true. Just when you figure it out. Hopefully we won't have another pandemic.
Yeah, hopefully not. Great.
Where are you all located in North Carolina?
So all of our staff is located within the Raleigh area.
Okay.
We have a few staff members that actually drive from some distance. We have a staff member or two that live out towards Greensboro,
Okay.
a few that live in Johnston County. We've got staff as far north as, or northeast, I should say, as Rocky Mount. So depends on the driving distance as to if they can get into the office. We are allowing a lot of our staff to be able to work remotely for
Remotely. Mm-hmm.
several days during the week. Most all of our staff do report into the office at least one day a week.
Yeah.
And so we do get to see each other a little bit, but not as much as we'd like to, maybe.
Yeah. Maybe. Depends. Situational.
So we've got roughly about 5 minutes before everybody will
Okay.
start coming back into the main session.
Great. And then I'll end promptly at 12:30. Is there any?
You can go over if you need to. So
Okay. I
if
think
you
that should be
feel
okay.
that you have a need, there's nothing wrong with going over a little bit. You're our main attraction. You're a guest speaker, so we're excited to have you here to present with everybody.
I don't know about main attraction, but yeah. But I'll be the end, right? Then will I need to just transition it over to a particular person when I wrap up?
No, when you wrap up, I'll come back on and just
Okay.
dismiss everybody from here, along with allowing Caroline to be able to have a few comments to end us up.
Great.
And I believe Caroline's going to be introducing you as well right before we get started, if that's okay, Caroline.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I know a little bit to say about your wonderful work with me in the past, but
I definitely can introduce
it-
myself if you'd
okay.
like.
But I'll do the quickie version, and then you can elaborate with the details they need to know. So,
Great.
if that works, and Jason, just give me a heads up when you want me to start.
Yep, we'll do.
Okay.
And everybody, I'll give the breakout rooms a 5-minute warning here in just a minute at 12:45, and then I'll start the timer for them to end at 2 minutes till 12:15 on 1.
Sounds good. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are going to transition to a guest speaker that we're very happy to have, and I'm going to let our executive director introduce the guest speaker. We look forward to hearing from her, and I know that you all are excited to be able to hear as well.
Thank you. I
Caroline?
appreciate it. Yes. Amy Salinas has been a person that I've worked with in prior positions, and she really helped nonprofits and even government agencies learn how to develop their logic model, how to use it more efficiently, and to build up their capacity. So I'm excited for her to be engaged in this new role here. And I know y'all are going to enjoy learning more about logic models from her. Amy, why don't you go ahead and take over?
Great. Thank you, Caroline. So that was a big introduction. You're excited to hear me speak. Not sure about excited is the word, but I'm looking forward to talking to you all today about logic models. I think they're very important and play a huge role in helping to focus programs and the data you collect and ultimately the evidence you build over time. So I'm a real big believer in their usage, not just as a checklist that you have to check off the box when you submit a grant application. So I'm looking forward to talking with you all today. Just to tell you a little bit more about myself, I live in Austin, Texas, so I'm not a North Carolinian, but love your state. I have been working with organizations across the country for a couple of decades now on helping them with their program designs and their logic models and how to collect good data. And again, just really love this topic. And so I hope that I will be able to impart some wisdom with you all and help you all create your logic models for this particular grant that you're working on to, over the next few months. I also have a history, it feels like many moons ago, a long time ago, I worked at the Arlington Police Department in the Victims Crime Unit. So I have a real passion for the work you all do, and thank you for all that you do for the people that you interact with and support. So to get started with this, I'm going to just do a little check-in because I want to get a sense of what you all do know or don't know and what questions you may have that I can make sure I try to answer in the short time I have with you all today. And so I'm going to give something a try. We'll see if it works. I'm going to put in the chat a link, and I'd love for you all to click on that link if you can. And I'd like you to respond to the 2 things that you will see on that page. It asks you to write 1 word, it could be 2 or 3, but 1 to 3 words that come to mind when you think about logic models and any questions you have about logic models, things that like you get stumped on or you don't really totally understand. And I will pull up that. This is called Padlet, if any of you all have used this before. I'm going to share my screen and see if you all are starting to add things. So just take a moment to write your thoughts. Oh, great. Thank you. You're doing a great job so far. I love this tool when you can't be in a room with people and take notes on chart paper on the wall or just poll folks. Okay, some good words here. Strategy is one that's coming up a lot. Timeline, hard to do. Yeah, I hear you. Some people have a real hard time with creating logic models. Outcomes and accountability, strategic, structure. I like that. Okay, so some of you have questions about input versus output. Start with the end. How do you track progress with logic models? These are great. Keep them coming. I'm just checking them out. Ways to get executive buy-in to implement the use of logic models department-wide. That's great. How to utilize, what are funders looking for? Okay, just taking a note. A lot about kind of the next steps in logic models and how to use them and track information on them. But definitely some things I can cover today. All right. Just seeing if anything else comes up. Is it really logical? Yeah. Depends on how your brain works, right? I think so, but I do think in an order. Some people don't. Okay, thanks for sharing. Keep on, if you haven't added yet and something comes to mind, feel free to add here. I'll try to check in on this a few times during the session to just see if there's anything else I'm missing. I'm going to stop the share or share a new screen. Go to the actual PowerPoint itself. And we're going to, okay. So let me talk really quickly about the agenda, and then we're going to do one more check-in with you all. So I'm just trying to get a sense of what you do or don't know about logic models and what questions you have. I'm going to talk to you about what are logic models and really take you through the different components of logic models, and that's where we'll get into the differences between inputs and outputs. We're going to then talk about why they're important, and some of that may get into some of the things you all were talking about in terms of how to get buy-in and take them to the next step. And then we're going to talk specifically about how the North Carolina Crime Commission will be using logic models in this next stage of their grant work, and then talk about what's next, because there are going to be some resources that are provided to you to help you with your logic model development. So that's going to be the steps we're going to take today. And again, we just asked you to think about some questions that we've already done. You've responded to them. If you have more questions or things that are coming to mind as I'm talking through the presentation, feel free to add to it. And then I'd like to just do a brief poll that I think Josh is going to help me with. And if it doesn't work, well, we have another method to do it. But he should be sharing a poll about what's your experience with logic models. Here we go. This is great. And if you can just answer what's your experience with logic models? 1, you never heard of them. 2, you've had some experience, but not much. 3, you're experienced, but you're not totally comfortable with them. And 4, you have lots of experience and you feel totally comfortable. So if you could answer 1, 2, 3, or 4, just take a moment to respond. We'll give you a minute to do so. And hopefully Josh will be able to show us the results. All right, Josh, how are we doing with the poll?
Doing good. I got about 118 that have voted.
Great. Great. Whenever you're ready, you can share the results.
All right. See if I can get it. Is it sharing out there? Is the results sharing at all?
I'm not seeing yet, but
Hmm.
or you could just tell us.
Yeah, I
That's
can tell
not
you.
working.
So the highest was 34% of the votes for never heard of them.
Oh, okay.
29% for number 2, some experience but not much.
Okay.
28% on number 3, experience but not totally comfortable with them. And last for number 4, lots of experience and feel totally comfortable. We have 9%.
All right, that's super helpful. Thanks, Josh.
Okay.
So yeah, it sounds like we have a lot of folks that are very new to the logic model world. So hopefully this will help to lay a foundation for getting you more comfortable, but I'm sure it'll take some more time just to immerse yourself in them and just try them out and then learn from there. So thanks for participating in that. Okay, so let's talk about what logic models are, and hopefully this will be really helpful for those of you who were in the, I think it was 63% that were on the lower level of understanding of logic models, and then help those of you all who are still have some areas of discomfort, will get you in a more comfortable level. So ultimately, logic models are what I call a visual representation of your program, your design of your program. as you look at a logic model, and I'll show you in a second what it looks like, it should clearly articulate your program and its different elements that need to happen within your program that will help to what I call move the needle on the larger change efforts you're trying to achieve. You could talk about it in terms of a series of if-then statements. If we did this, we would get this. If we got this, we would do this. So we'll talk about this more in detail right now. This is a screenshot of what the logic model is that I use. There are different formats out there, and there's no necessarily right or wrong. This is the one I prefer, and we're going to be sharing with you a template and an example one for you all to follow. But essentially, in the logic models that I use, there are 7 columns for which I'm going to walk you through now. I'm going to save inputs, which is the second column for last, but I'm going to take you through all these pieces. And I'll remind you of this in the end, but you should be able to look at a logic model from left to right, and it follows and makes sense. And the same thing backwards, from right to left. As you read through it, it should make sense. And it should give someone who does not know your program well a picture of what you are trying to do and address and achieve over time. So let's talk through these columns more now. So the first thing is we talk about problems. So when we talk about problems, we're not talking about gaps in things, like we lack certain things that are preventing us from doing work. We're talking about what is actually happening in your communities that makes you think something needs to be done. What's happening that merits attention that you need to develop a program around, and specifically looking at what data is available that demonstrates that problem. And the more current, the better. Of course, sometimes data doesn't get calculated as frequently as you would like it to, but the more current, the better. So ultimately what you're trying to demonstrate is there's some kind of compelling community problem that you need to design a program around. And again, showing compelling and as current as possible data that you can, because from that, then you're going to propose the activities you're going to do and the counts and changes you want to see over time. And those should directly correlate back to that original problem that you detailed. The second piece, and again, I'm skipping the inputs column and saving that for last for a specific reason. The third column is the activities column. So what specifically will you do to address the problem? You've laid it out, you've shared some data, you've painted a picture of what's going on in your community or communities. So you need to propose a set of activities that will help to address it, and a specific target population to whom you're delivering the interventions. Here's a few examples. Oh, sorry, not yet. Your activity should again be addressing that problem, and hopefully, if not now, but over time, your activities should have some likelihood of success. Maybe because you've done it before and you've collected some beginning data on it, or you're modeling yourself after another intervention that's had some evaluation or data collection on it and it's shown some likelihood of success. That's not always possible because maybe it's a new intervention. You're trying out something different because maybe what's happened, what you've done before hasn't worked exactly like you intended it. But over time, you should be able to collect information that says these activities you're proposing to do to address the problem, again, have some likelihood of working. Here's some examples of activities that I'm assuming that you all might be proposing as a part of this grant program, ranging anywhere from crisis services and telephone hotlines to different education, whether it's health or financial education, referrals, shelter services. There could be a whole gamut of activities that you all be proposing. Where you can, you can simply list activities like this, and that's fine, but also where you can, if it's something that's really primary to what you're trying to do with the grant and the program, is to include as much detail as you can. And there are words that are thrown out a lot that can get kind of complicated, but like duration, intensity, and frequency. These are examples of things that you can add to your activities. Duration, if you think about it, is the total amount of time you might be doing the intervention. Maybe this intervention is going to last for 6 months or for 3 months. The intensity would be like the amount of time you do something per interaction with the individual or groups. If you're doing a class, maybe the class lasts an hour for a total of 6 months. The frequency would be how often something happens. If it happens 2 times a week or once a month. You don't always have these pieces available because some interventions don't lend themselves nicely to the details that we're talking about here. But where you can, this information is important because ultimately you not only want to see if the activities just in general are working, but the activities and the way you're doing them are working. So, is the way you're doing it in terms of amount of time, intensity, and frequency getting you the results that you need. From those activities, then you would want to consider what are a list of what we call outputs, but you can talk about them in terms of just counts. What do we hope we achieve in terms of counts? And that could be number of people served, number of group sessions delivered, number of certain projects completed. It's a simple count. We're not talking about any change that has occurred yet. We're just talking about how much did we perform, what products did we develop. So it could be 100 people calling into the crisis hotline. It could be 50 people participating in a group education session. 3 modules developed. It's just a simple count. And these are some examples of things, and I've just talked about a couple, but again, clients served, number of clients served, number of referrals made, number of hotline calls, number of staff trained. Again, this just simple counts. I encourage you all where you can to put specific numbers. You might not always be able to do that, but where you can, try to put what you think you might be able to achieve in terms of your counts. That way you know that you have a baseline to go by when you're collecting information to see if you were guessing too under or you were way over in your count. It gives you a ballpark by which you can collect data and learn from. After you look at the counts, then your goal is to outline what we call a series of outcomes. And these are all, there's 3 different types of outcomes that I use in logic models, each of which denotes a different type of change. You see short, medium, and long, and you oftentimes think of it in terms of a time frame, but instead it is about a particular type of change. Now, granted, it is probably likely that the short term happens first, the medium term happens second, and the long term happens later. But it doesn't necessarily denote this has to happen first before this, before this. So short term outcomes are changes in knowledge, skills, or attitudes. And I'm going to give you some examples in a moment. Medium-term outcomes are changes in behavior or action. So, think about it. If someone's knowledge increases or they develop new skills, it is likely from that they will be able to change behaviors or do new things that they weren't able to do before. From that, you might have more longer-term outcomes you're hoping to see happen, which are more changes in condition or status in life. Now, if you think about it in terms of a grant that you're getting funding for, the long-term outcomes are oftentimes outcomes that you cannot see until much later in time post-grant funding period. But it's important to map all of these outcomes out so you can paint a picture for yourself, for your stakeholders, for your organization when you're all talking about how do you get buy-in, and also for your grant funder, you know, what you're hoping to see over time happen if you're successful. And then these are the things that you can look to collect information on. You know, once you've put it down all on paper, your hope is that you can look at it then and say, okay, here's what we hope is going to happen over time if we're successful. What are some things that we can reasonably collect some data around to show impact that we're having, or that we can learn from too to make adjustments as needed? So again, your outcomes are not about like just a count. They're asking about what difference did our intervention, our service make for our beneficiaries? You know, how did that enhance the community, the people, or if it's focused specifically on the organization, how did it enhance our capacity? And here's a few examples of different types of outcomes you might be thinking about for your particular program. And this is just a real diverse range. And again, we're going to be providing you with a sample logic model that demonstrates how this would be laid out. But again, like here you can see the short-term outcomes are focused on that increase in knowledge or skills or attitude. You know, maybe people are self-reporting that they have a greater understanding of their rights or legal services, or a greater feeling of sense of safety. So it could be a variety of things that are on that list. And then your medium-term outcomes, again, as a reminder, are those behaviors or actions that you're seeing as a result of that increased knowledge, skills, or attitude. So it could be that you're hoping to see a decrease in risk-taking behaviors, or people accessing help and resources as needed, or maybe they're taking a step to secure some safe housing, or actively participating in longer term support services. So those are actually actions or behaviors that people are taking as a result of that new knowledge, skills, or attitudes. And then long-term outcomes, you know, it could be something around financial outcomes or housing stability, or status, immigration status, maybe longer-term safety and stability. Again, these are things that are more post-grant period, but are things you're hoping to see long-term as a result of the work you're doing, that, you know, over time, hopefully you can start to do some follow-up and larger evaluation work to see if you're getting to those longer-term results you're hoping to see for your consumers. And then I said I was going to save the second column for last, and that's the input column, because I like to think about that at the very end, because once I've laid it all out on paper, those other columns, then I can start to think, okay, based upon what I've put on paper in terms of activities and change I'm hoping to see over time and counts, what do I need to put into the program to make it successful? So one of you was asking about the difference between outputs and inputs. So outputs are the counts you hope to achieve with the interventions you're doing. Again, like number of people served, number of classes delivered. Your inputs are the things you're putting in. You know, I think about it in terms of a bucket, the things you're putting into your bucket to make it successful. And that could be a whole host of different things. It could be the staff that you need to put in place to make the intervention successful. It could be particular equipment or funding or training that your staff need or volunteers need. It could be partners that you need to collaborate with to help make the intervention successful. It could be research that you're collecting in terms of what's worked in with other groups or across the country or across the world. It could be a particular facility. Again, these are the resources that you're putting into the set of interventions to make them successful. Well, that answered your question about the differences. Once you've laid out the logic model, it's really important that you do a couple of things. And one, it's just a check-in. You know, do you have the appropriate amount of detail in it that it kind of includes all the program components that you need to include? And does it depict plausible relationships between the components? So again, if I'm reading left to right and right to left, is it all kind of making sense? Does it all kind of fit together? Is it realistic? Am I underestimating or overestimating what we can achieve from this time period or from this work? And then ultimately, you should use your logic model with your partners, whether it's your internal stakeholders in your own organization, like you all were talking about getting that buy-in, or partners, or the people you serve too, if you're getting their input, to achieve consensus that this is accurately depicting what we hope it'll look like and what we hope we'll achieve over time if we're successful. So it's a good thing to do kind of a final check-in with your key partners to achieve that consensus. And then once you've done that, it's again just another good idea to do that reading from left to right and right to left. You know, I like to start kind of with the end outcome. You know, if we reach this end outcome, you know, going backwards, what's the things that need to happen before that? What are those medium-term outcomes? And then what's the things that need to happen before that? And then keep on going to the left. And then same thing to the back. You know, you all can, you know, read it from both vantage points to see if what you're doing makes sense. So I'm going to stop there before we talk about the why it's important and how the commission is going to use it, the Crime Commission is going to use it, to see if you all have any questions. And I haven't been monitoring the chat. So if there are any questions in the chat, or if you have questions now, this is a good time to ask them. Looking real quick, I don't see any questions so far. I'll pause for a few seconds and see if any questions come up. Okay, I'm going to actually, I meant to pull this up and I'm sorry I didn't. I want to share with you the what you're going to be seeing afterwards. If you haven't seen it already, you'll see that we have a sample logic model for you all that you can use just as a guide. I'm not saying it's in a perfect format, but it can give you a sense of some of the things you should be thinking about. And then you'll also be provided with a blank template that you can use to complete your own logic model. Go back to the PowerPoint presentation. Hold on. Need to be here. And then, oh, good question. So I'm seeing some questions. Hold on. I'm going to go back to the beginning. What are ways to get executive buy-in to implement the use of logic models department-wide? I think we'll maybe talk about that as we talk about the why they're important. But I mean, one, logic models are a pretty basic requirement of a lot of grants these days, of a lot of requests for proposals or notice of funding opportunities. So in one way, it's like the way of being for the grant world and for getting funding. So that alone to me is one reason why you would use it. But also too, it is really seen as the foundation of data collection and building your evidence of your intervention. It helps you to tell the story of what you're trying to do, and it helps you to decide what you should collect information on to tell the story of your program impact. So those things alone to me are super important. I think people tend to see logic models as just a requirement of a grant, and they turn it in and then it goes on the shelf and sits there and they don't look at it again until the next grant is due. But if you use it right, you can use it as a way to get buy-in from people about what you're trying to do, that consensus. And then also it gives you a visual picture to look at and say, okay, if we're doing this, what should we start collecting information on to see if we're successful? And I think it's just a constant education and trying it out. And I think if people find success with it over time, they really do buy into it. And then I know the slides are going to be available. I don't know where, so maybe someone from the commission can chime in on that in the chat or verbally. And there's a great question here in terms of are all outcomes measurable? I take a viewpoint, well, yes, ultimately all outcomes should be measurable in some way. You may not, though, choose to collect information on those outcomes dependent upon the time period and what you're wanting to learn at the time. Ultimately, I think the logic model should be of that visual picture of what you want to be doing, and over time what you will see in terms of success if everything's working like it's supposed to. You won't necessarily collect information on all the outcomes and the outputs you collect, and again, it may depend upon what you're trying to learn from and share the story of at that time and point. But it is a good idea to paint that picture overall so you can see what you're striving to do and meet. And then every year you can look at your logic model and say, okay, this year we really want to collect information on these points to see if we're having an impact on that. And maybe the next year you do something different so that you can assess the different points at different points in time. But ultimately, they should be something that at some point you can collect information on. Great, I'm glad you're finding this useful. Yeah, and so hopefully I answered the question about the types of measures in terms of the outcomes. So yes, we're not just looking about numbers served. Numbers served are really important. It's a really good thing to be able to collect those counts. But ultimately, over time, your goal is to what I call build evidence. So over time, you hope you can collect information on the outcomes you're having, because that's where it's about the impact. That's where you can tell your greater story. Those counts are super important because those numbers, are good to tell the story too. But ultimately, the change you're having with the people or communities or organizations you're working with are what is very important in terms of telling your story and learning from it too, which we'll talk about in a second. Okay, great. It's going to be on the website. Yeah. So, and the last question I see is just the challenge with follow-up when you have people that may be more mobile or are hard to contact, and that definitely is a reality of many of your world. So there are some really creative ways. We're not getting into that today. We're really just talking about the nuts and bolts of logic model, but there are some really creative ways that people collect information at point in time of intervention or to get more follow-up later on. So maybe at some point that can be something as a follow-up. Great. I love your questions. Thanks so much for asking them and putting them out to the group. So let's talk about why logic models are important. And they go to some of the things we were just talking about, actually. So ultimately, the expectation of really all funders, including the North Carolina Crime Commission, is that people that they fund and support should have a strong program design and over time are able to report on and document key indicators of success. And that is both on those counts we just talked about and the outcomes, those changes. And over time, the hope is that the logic model lays a strong foundation for the evidence building you do, that you can over time collect information that's telling you you're likely having some success. I call it the evidence legs of the stool. You look at your logic model and you say, okay, I can collect some information on this, this, and this. you're building the legs of your evidence stool. If you can show that you're having a positive impact on 3 indicators, 3 outcomes, that's saying your program is likely having some success. So that, that logic model is the foundation for that. If you don't lay that foundation, you really are just not going down an organized path. You may just be randomly collecting pieces of information to share whatever you can share, but you're not really looking at it in terms of a larger framework of what you're trying to do and achieve. And ultimately, over time, you should be able to build evidence from your logic model to show that what you've proposed in the way you've proposed it, that's why I was talking about the importance of where you can putting that duration, frequency, intensity piece. So, because over time, you should be able to show that what you've proposed and the way you proposed it is resulting in what you propose in terms of counts and outcomes. And if it's not, which can always be something that we learn from our data collection, what do you need to do differently to adjust so that you are able to achieve those counts and outcomes? Because sometimes the data collection process results in some learning that's not what we intended. And from that's also equally important, because it's saying, what we're doing and the way we're doing it isn't exactly getting us the result we need. So what do we need to do differently to change that? And if you don't have that written out on paper or whatever it is, you have it the way you have it stored, you aren't able to have that kind of a reflection and look at. And ultimately, the information you collect should help you answer a series of questions. Ultimately, your logic model should be based on evidence you collect. So how did you determine what your organization is going to focus on? What demonstrates that the path you're taking is going to lead to that success and change? And it goes back to what I was just talking about. What's worked successfully that needs to continue, and where have existing interventions fallen short? Are there modifications that need to be made for greater impact? That's equally as important, and several other questions. And ultimately, I think the goal of all of this, and logic models again are at the foundation of this, is that each of you do, first of all, you do really important work. The issues you're addressing are critical to people's livelihood, their health, their well-being. And if you're not regularly collecting information that's based on a well thought out, laid out logic model, then I think you could be doing a disservice to the people that you're serving. So having that well thought out logic model that lets you look at what you can regularly collect some information on will help you to tell your story better, to show that positive changes are happening, because indeed they are happening in all of your organizations. It helps you improve the quality of service that you're providing, and ultimately data collection and logic models should be focused on continuously learning so that we're developing practices that help move our organizations toward greater effectiveness. That's all of our goals. I know that's the goal that each of you has, because the work you do is so important. So let's talk now about how North Carolina Crime Commission will use the logic models. And we're going to talk about this briefly. So they're still having conversations about how all this is going to be integrated, but ultimately it will help in a few different ways. One, it's going to feed into site visits. So as they do site visits, they're really going to use your logic models as a tool to ask questions, to explore successes you've had, and also talk about the challenges you've encountered that maybe you need some more support in, which will help to ultimately guide technical assistance. If they see that a lot of people are doing a certain type of activity, they might gear more training and technical assistance to that activity. Or if they're learning over time and the data you're collecting that a certain area has been a struggle, they might guide more technical assistance there. And ultimately, they're giving you a framework to support better program planning and to also lay a foundation for reporting, because you all will then be asked to report on some of the data that you've outlined in your logic model. And then ultimately you can share that with beyond this funder, you can share it with all your stakeholders. And then again, it's just a tool for learning to assess what's working and is not. And just as a reminder, you know, overall expectations is that you have a strong program design, and that begins with that logic model, that you're able to report good data on your counts and your changes, your outputs and your outcomes, and that you use it as a tool, not only for data collection, but ongoing learning and program design adjustments. And then the logic model should be a foundation for what you collect information on to better tell your impact story. And I always like to interject a little humor, so you have a little comic strip there. And if you, and, you know, this really goes, the comic strip really goes to, you know, you can't really know if you've been successful if you haven't laid out a plan for what you hope to see. So that really helps you to see what you're hoping to achieve. You collect information on it. If you nailed it, great, you keep on going. If you don't, you adjust and see what you need to do differently. But you can't just say you nailed it if you don't have a plan to collect information on it. So I want to wrap up this time before we just talk about next steps to see if there are any more questions that appeared in this last round. I know there's some questions about, will logic models be required? I don't know if you all, the Crime Commission, wants to talk about that. Great, I'm glad this is helpful.
Hey, this is Caroline. I'll just say
Yeah.
that there is a group of folks who are gonna try this out, and those folks already know who they are. So if you haven't been talked to, then you're not one of the ones that's required this year.
Yeah. But it also sounds like if it's successful, it could expand to others. So it might be a good thing to just start playing with right now and trying it out, because that way it could give you just a little pilot test and to see what tweaks you'd want to make in the future. So I would encourage all of you, even if it's not required, if it's not a practice you're doing, to really try it. And it can be a really great collaborative practice with your team. So in terms of next steps, just a final few things, and I know a lot of details are going to be coming out, but again, we're going to provide you all with that sample logic model and that blank logic model template. And again, even if you're not required to do it, you can still use it and try it out. There will be some logic model office hours and small group support and one-on-one reviews that will be provided in November and December of this year, as you are starting to work on your logic models, for those of you who are going to be required to do it. And then you'll be submitting your final logic models for those of you that are required to do it for the year 3 funding that you're submitting for. So that is it in terms of the presentation on logic models. Again, I'll just see if there are any more questions, and if not, I will just turn it over to Jason, I think, who will wrap it up.
Give a minute for the chat in case anybody wants to put any last minute questions.
Great. Thanks, Pam. I love the quote. If it's not a plan, if no one knows it's the plan, that says it all right there. I appreciate that last thought. I see a question from Anne. If year 3, those who are receiving reverted funding, is year 3 those who are receiving reverted funding?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Great. Thanks for answering that.
So not seeing any other questions, we'll give you 2 more seconds. Going once, going twice. All right. I see a lot of thank yous coming through. We very much appreciate the presentation that you made for us, and we will have this presentation posted to our website. So it will take maybe a week before we get everything up there. We do have to work with a couple different committees to be able to post everything. And we'll also try to get all of the questions and answers posted as well. So you'll find PowerPoints, you'll find all of the different tools, you will find the question and answers that will be posted to our website, as well as other items. I did want to provide just a little bit of time for Caroline to close us out with any final words or comments that she would like to make. Caroline?
No, I'm just grateful for all the team that put this together. Somebody said the entire training was wonderful, a great job, and it was. So I'm grateful, Amy, you came in to wrap us all up, but I'm grateful that you were able to be here and that the team put such thought into it. So please, if anybody has questions, please reach out to us. We want to make sure that we are helping you and making this process as easy as possible. And with that, go forth and enjoy your day. Look for notice on November 1st for the application opening up. Take care.
Thanks, everybody.